Good afternoon, welcome back. You know where we are. This is part 2 of this amazing event. Apologies that I had to disappear. There was a problem that needed solving. That problem is now solved and we are back live and we'll have a little run through. Right, so this is where we're at. This is the Player versus Cancer event for BCGT. Le Mans 24-hour, full 24-hour race to raise money for Young Lives versus Cancer. Very, very, very important event. Very important event to raise money and change the lives of so many children and young people with cancer. And some of these guys have been running a significant amount of time, absolutely significant amount of time. One of them is this man right here that we're looking at, Wiggy Star Group, as you can see right in front of you. This guy has been running since 3 o'clock this morning. In 1 minute's time, this guy will have done 10 straight hours of racing without a break, which is absolutely phenomenal. The only break he's had is literally changing between the Supra and the MX-5. Unless he's done 12 laps, but I can guarantee you he's done 10 hours non-stop of racing. Akito right there. These are the two, actually, him and Wiggy are the two that have dominated this race from the very outset. Akito now on 61 laps in that MX-5. That's a phenomenal amount of time. Lager Lama, 10 laps in. Bobby Pat is in the pits at the moment. Bobby Pat's been in for a while actually, but it's only showing 1 lap for whatever reason. Ben's back in 27 laps down. Really long session for him into the early hours of the morning. He went off for a little sleep and he's back running in the Supra. And Mansell's still at it. Mansell's been chucking in some great laps and just getting better and better with every lap he puts in. And good on him. He stuck away his pocket money and said, I want to have a little go. And he's been doing an absolutely fantastic job. Going a little bit wide there, but getting the car back on track. Also waiting in the wings at Jagerade. He's had a significant run, but he's waiting in the wings at the moment. Bendit, who I believe is going to be relieving Wiggy at some stage. I thought it was going to be the top of the hour at 1 o'clock here. It might actually be 2 o'clock, I don't know. Not spoken to either of them. Well, not recently anyway. Right, anyway. Now we know where we're at. Let me get the link shared to everybody so everyone knows where the new link is. Something just broke behind me. What was it?
Oh.
Pick it up because he's not the dog eating a chocolate. Just dropped a rogue Easter egg on the floor and it went everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Right. Bear with me because I'm trying to do 2 things at once here. Just getting this link shared out to everyone so everyone knows where we're at. Part 2, Boom Shankar there, in there, paste, part 2, there we go. Where else do we need to put it? Where else do we need to put it? Stick it in there as well. Paste. Look at me multitasking and stuff. So we into the pits. Does this mean that Bandit's on the pitch? On the pitch? He's not on the pitch. He's on the racetrack. Bandit on the race. Listen, I'm not as tired as these guys, so I shouldn't be making such schoolboy errors. But clearly, I'm an idiot, and that's what happens. And I just realised I've shared the wrong bloody link everywhere. Let's go again, shall we? Delete that and start again, shall we? This is the correct link. I'm an idiot. It's going in all the discords now. I want to get this right. Talk amongst yourselves while I solve my cock up. So we're currently on board with Akito, who's on lap 62 laps. It's such a phenomenal performance from every single one of these drivers. the effort these guys have put in has just been absolutely nothing short of superhuman. You know, a lot of us are old guys, and you know, we need our sleep at this age, but these guys have sort of powered through and done an absolutely stand-up job of keeping this going, which is phenomenal. There we go. Right, we're on, we're running, we're going, and do come and join us again, if you will. Okay, so we are, it's 1 PM. That puts us firmly within the I suppose you could say the home stretch. We are 7 hours, still 7 more hours of racing to go in this event. Akito is on the track. Ben's still out there. Ben's done 28 laps now in that Supra. Laga Lama lap 11 in the MX-5. Bobby Pat, new start for him, lap 1 in the MX-5. And Bandit coming out in also the MX-5, having relieved Wiggy, who has, well, look, 10 hours, 10 straight hours Wiggy raced for. That is nothing short of phenomenal. Go and get yourself some sleep, my friend. You absolutely deserve it. You've done everything you can possibly do. Go and get some sleep. Technic Tash, new entrant to the day, but just as valid effort going in. First lap from Technic Tash, who's putting in some solid times for us, or intends to put in some solid times for us going forward, with Mansell running there, still out there. I mean, Mansell's put in loads and loads of effort into this. Fantastic effort from the young lad. Very impressed with not only the dedication, but the improvement. You see lap after lap, just getting better and better every single time. So there we go. That's the 7 runners on the track at the moment. Fastest lap goes to Ben. It was held by Wiggy, but that, I mean, actually, to be fair, the fastest lap was probably with Akito or Wiggy anyway. But in the Supra, you're here because single player is boring. Well, you better be here because you are donating to charity and putting the right car on board. I noticed we had a couple of people in while I was off doing my bits and pieces. I was sort of walking past each time and sort of flicking through the cars. I did notice we had a couple of interlopers joining in that refused to put on the you know, read the room, guys. Read the room. You come in and you can see what's going on. You can see it's for charity. It's literally written in the name of the lobby. It's written in the name of the lobby. If you can't read that, then you really have no business being anywhere near anything electronic, because you're a danger to yourself and those around you. So read the room, people. Read the room. Mansell into the pits. That's going to be a little repair job. There was some damage on board. Ben looking pretty darn racy at the moment. And hopefully everyone that was watching before can come and join us here. What I might actually do while we're doing this is if I can... I know I can't do it just yet. I'll sort it out after. I need to log back into everything. That's the problem with shutting everything down. You need to log back into everything again. Right, so where are we going? Why is that not working now? There we go. Just having a look through the Facebook, there is a message from LFR Designs. They keep smashing it, lads. All fucking legends. Absolutely right, they are. Every single one of these drivers, whether they've put in 1 lap or 20 or 100 or 150, absolute legends. Absolute legends. Without question. Right. Everyone else has been dropping these guys messages. I think it's time to lay down some Urban Pirate message for what have I done? I'll get my keyboard out, that's why. Right, this guy needs to be told because he's an idiot. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. I don't need to tell him. It's almost as though he read my mind. We'll see what this guy from the Czech Republic does. Leaves the room straight away. So I think people are starting to read and get the message that if you want to get involved, fair enough, you can do so. We haven't got a problem with this, and we've had people throughout the night come and get involved in this. There's been a couple of guys that particularly stood out that actually made an effort to put on, not only get the correct car or one of the correct cars, but put on either the bang-on correct livery or at least something representing what we're doing this for, which is the fight against the dreadful disease, cancer. So these people, when they join a room, read the room, guys. Come on, see what's going on. You've developed opposable thumbs, which kind of stands you above most animals on the planet. At least demonstrate that you've got the intelligence to go with those opposable thumbs. So we've been watching Ben. 29 laps in for Ben. He already put in a massive shift before went to bed for a little while his kids were creeping around the house. And he's back up and he's back racing again. And hopefully they'll come and join us again in the broadcast. Akito, another phenomenally long stint from Akito. You've got to be impressed with the longevity of these guys, the stamina that these guys have shown to sort of hang on in there and keep going. Laga Lama, again, another driver that's putting in shifts, shift here, shift there, and just keeps going. Bobby Pat as well, him and the rest of his team, and there is a team of a few of them kind of bouncing off of each other, which is absolutely fantastic. Technic Tash, I'm not sure which team Technic Tash is with, but Technic Tash is now on track, and it's their turn. So let's see how many miles they can put on. What I can tell you is the longest runner in one full stint was D Dot. I think it was a Dot D or a D Dot or whatever it is. Did a full 12-hour stint. There was a couple of breaks in between with sort of crashing towards and stuff, but then I would say it's probably a toss-up. I think we have to look at Wiggy, because Wiggy did 10 hours without a break on top of the hour done earlier, so that's 11 hours. It's a phenomenally good performance from him. Great stamina there. Akito's done 2 really long stints with a gap in between, a little break in between. Quite a few of them have been getting involved here. Right, let's make sure this guy needs talking to. His name is... Let's... Oh, is he gone? Yeah, he's gone. Okay. Just my luck when I'm trying to tell people off. Has Versatile read the room? No. Let's give this guy. I could be nicer. I'm not going to be, but I could be. So Ben's in the pits. That's 30 laps down for Ben. No, as he left the room to go get the car, as he just left the room because oh, I don't want to drive in that car, I don't want to give to charity, I want to go and do my own thing. Oh, I'm going to sod off then. Read the flicking description in the first place, you absolute knobhead. Akito in that MX-5, 64 laps been put on board for Akito. Another phenomenal run. Did a really long run in the Supra last time out, now doing a really long run in that MX-5. It must feel really odd, you know, having done 60-70 laps in the Supra, to now be doing that same kind of distance in a slower car. Your brake points all change. You've built up a massive muscle memory spending all that time, you know, 3-4 hours at a time driving. You get the muscle memory, you're kind of feeling your way around the track, and a lot of it's done on kind of you know, just that kind of muscle memory, that kind of repetition that you build up after doing so many laps. And then that all changes when you jump in a different car, because the setup's different, the handling of the car is different, your brake points change, all of that kind of thing, all very different. So it's a big learning curve, and you watch, if he comes back on later in the Supra again, it's going to be another kind of learning curve back the other way again. But a phenomenal effort from everybody. Why are we doing this? We are doing this for Young Lives versus Cancer, Kick Sergeant, supporting young people, children and young adults in their cancer journeys. I don't want to sort of play the victim card and the cancer suffering, because, you know, the outcomes are so much more. Don't think of it, it's a devastating, disgusting illness, a disgusting disease, in fact. That unfortunately just blights us as human beings, and, you know, other animals as well. But and it touches everybody's life. But what companies or charities like Click Sergeant do is they try and make the understanding and the whole process just a little bit easier to cope with. And you know, just to kind of get you through get you through the whole process, but they rely on your money. So please, let's have your money. Let's give them some donations and see if we can't raise some more money for them. Going to have a look at the current amount now. I'm going to have a little bit of a dig, right? And I know that most of the people that have been in this room have been in for a while. Listen, guys, come on. We are currently sitting. Where are we? So why is it not coming up? Have I broken something? More than likely, yes, is the answer to that question. There it is. I don't know. I've broken something. It's not working. Right, we're at. I don't know. Well, why is it not coming up? I don't know. Whatever I've broken is not working anymore. But essentially we're at £727, and we would absolutely love, if we could get that number up more. We're about 250 quid shy of the target. Still time. There is still time for you guys to get involved and just whack some money in the bin towards this brilliant charity. And whether it's a quid or it's a million quid, I'm not suggesting that anybody watching this has that kind of money lying around. To be fair, if you've got £1 million, you've got much better things to do than listen to me talk rubbish over a broadcast. But listen, please do what you can, give what you can, get involved in this brilliant charity. Thank you very much. Haven't seen much of him. Let's have a little look at Bendit. Bendit's coming. He's covering for Team Wiggy. Wiggy put in a phenomenally good 10 straight hours up to this point when Wiggy took over from him at 1 p.m. Wiggy needs to get himself into bed and get sleeping, as Tash coming up behind Bandit, and a little bit of laggy Tash actually. What's going on there? Somebody on the McDonald's Wi-Fi again? I'm sure it's not the case. I'm sure that's not the case. There is Bandit in the MX-5. He's got a long race ahead of him. Essentially 7 hours of racing ahead of him. Can he last the distance? I certainly hope so. Certainly hope that he can. I think I've put the correct link everywhere for everyone to get back involved. Yeah, I have put the correct link back in. You know, I appreciate it's the middle of the day. People have got stuff to do, so hopefully you can join us at some stage between now and the end of the race. So certainly you can come watch this back if you really want to. There's no harm in doing that at all. I wonder why that's not working now. I'm going to check my what is it? It should be working. There's absolutely no reason why it wouldn't be. I'll tell you why it's not working, because it's no longer embedded into the broadcast. There we go. No, that's not what I want. I'm going to re-put it in so I can bring it up and we can show everybody what the current running total is, shall we? So now you've discovered something very, very interesting. That essentially, I am a buffoon that's not very good at multitasking. I talk rubbish, excessively talk rubbish. Why is that not doing what I wanted to do? Behave. Oh, do you know what? I'm messing around with thinking I'm using the wrong bloody keyboard to do it. So this is the thing, it's the life of a broadcaster. Two keyboards we're operating here. There should be a way that I can have one keyboard doing both jobs. Someone invent something immediately and send it to me. You can do it in the next 20 minutes, that'd be wonderful. I'd invent it, but I don't have a clue what I'm doing. There we go, right. And there we go, there it is, it's working now. I've fixed it. There we go. That's what we're currently at. £727. Now, don't get me wrong. That is an absolutely fantastic target, and you have no idea how important that money is to Young Lives versus Cancer. But let's see if we can get that number up. Let's get that nice. The target is £1,000, and I think between us, between everyone out there in YouTube land and in the Gran Turismo community, I don't see any reason why we can't get that figure up to that magic £1,000. So let's have a big push, shall we, and see if we can get that done. That would be absolutely fantastic, as Gary Barlow would say, because that's how Gary Barlow speaks, and that's why X Factor died. X Factor died because Gary Barlow was boring, and I'm acutely aware there is a big number of Gary Barlow fans now, all crying because of what I just said. Right, fixed. I've fixed two problems today. Wonder if anyone is planning on jumping in the Discord with me. No one there at the moment. Right, Boomshanker. I don't know what I've done, but I haven't fixed the button. I know what I've done wrong, but there we go. And number 2 should be the same thing, but deactivate. Whatever I've done, I haven't fixed the problem, but sorry, without doubt, we're where we are. It is what it is. I'll just have to manually add it every single time I want to do it. So, look, we've got 6 drivers out there. Bendit covering for Team Wiggy. Team Wiggy consisted of Wiggy himself. There was somebody else. I can't remember. To be fair, it was so long ago, I can't remember. The only reason I know the rest of them is because they're obviously black flag drivers. So the one non-black flag driver that jumped in after Wiggy, 1 hour in, ran through till 1 a.m. when Jay jumped in for a couple of hours, ran till 3 a.m. Wiggy back in at 3 a.m. and he's literally just 20 minutes ago dived out of the room, dived into bed, and he's probably already asleep, to be fair. And Bendit's going to cover for the rest of this race up till 8 p.m. this evening. That's when we're finished. It's currently 20 past 1 in the afternoon here in the UK, and we will be done at about 8 p.m. this evening. And I'm hoping as the day wears on and we get into the evening that more people start getting involved towards the tail end of this event. Strange actually that at 10 o'clock this morning, or 10 o'clock this morning, we had loads and loads of people involved, loads of people, but I suppose, you know, people have to get on with their day and work and all that kind of business. So the longest running currently on track is Akito, 66 laps. He's going to get a round of applause when he gets to 69 laps because I'm a child and that's what I do. Bobby Pat, 18 laps in the MX-5. Most of the cars now on the track are MX-5s. Laga Lama, just the only super runners, in fact, are Ben, who ran a massive shift before having a little kick. Technic Tash, and not Akito, Bobby Pat, Laga Lama, Bendit, all in the MX-5. It essentially turned into a bit of an MX-5 race. It would be nice. Is there some way we can bunch these guys up? I suppose I could get in the safety car and I could drive it out and bunch them all up if I really wanted to. I don't want to. I'm not very good at driving. It's embarrassing a lot of people watching me drive on a stream. It's I'm not. Let's not do that. So if you don't know the format already, essentially you are driving for a stint of a determinate length, and during that stint you need to have used all 3 tyre compounds. We're kind of assuming a sort of 4-hour stint. I mean, generally that seems to be the way forward in these kind of endurance events, is some sort of 4-hour stint. We've had some drivers do 12 hours, some drivers do 10, some just do a couple. You know, it's important to that people can do what they can do. You know, the expectation isn't that they're doing everything, but they're just doing something. And I think that's really important. Every little bit absolutely helps. Absolutely helps. Someone's just sent me something really funny. It's I can't share it though, unfortunately. Certainly not this time, and not this side of the watershed anyway. Mike Dreads Misses, I'm going to send a donation link to my work group and see if they will donate anything. Get a good work, everyone. It's great what you're doing. Fantastic if you could do that. Yeah, brilliant. And thanks for, I know that you've had to subscribe in order to write that message, so thanks for your subscription as well. Yeah, everyone's done an absolutely awesome job. I don't know quite why you put the laughy face after your Mike Dreads Misses. I'm sure it's not a funny affair. I'm sure it's a very, very happy affair. I'm not sure you guys are having an affair, of course. You know, a happy marriage. Yeah, no, sharing the link would be absolutely fantastic. If 1 or 2 could just stick a couple of quid in, that would be awesome. And if if they've got nothing to do this afternoon and they want to get involved and come and talk to me on the broadcast, that'd be fabulous. I do have to disappear for another hour or 2 in a little while. Essentially, I'm going to be full time back from about 5 o'clock. For the last sort of 3 hours, I'll be back full time. I've got to sort of dip in and out at the moment because I have a family and they have expectations of me, and it's such a drag. Listen, if you're single, don't have kids, folks. It's not all it's cracked up to be. All this, but they bring so much joy to your life. Yeah, but they sap all your energy, they sap all your time, and they spend all your money, and they leave mess everywhere they go. And you can go on holiday more if you don't have children. Get dog's much more fun. You can stick them in a home, not a home, a kennel while you go on holiday. You can have someone else look after them. It's quite frowned upon if you just dump your kids at some random farm in the countryside and bung them 60 quid. I love the way that the Mark is basically just on hand with with a copy paste message now for anybody that jumps into the room, so they know from the outset, go and get the car, make a donation, or disappear. What can we do? Look, you know, we can talk all day long about the reason we're doing this. I mean, I could anyway. From my perspective, you know, it's something that's touched my life personally. When our son was 2 years old, he was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia, and you know, we were quite young parents at the time. And for those of you who've seen this already, you may have heard me repeat this, but I think it's important for anyone that's jumping in late and stuff to hear the story. So, you know, we were young parents. I was 24, something like that, 23, 24. His mum was only 20. Yes, we had a child quite young. Well, certainly from her perspective. So for us, I mean, it was a massive, like, it throws you. I mean, having a child already throws your life up in the air, but that kind of diagnosis that you've kind of, especially a couple of years into parenthood, is you're just kind of finding your rhythm. You're just kind of finding your niche, finding your way through life, and just kind of getting that kick started. And then you get a blow of news like that, and it's devastating. You know, the doctors are very good. They talk you through the treatments, they talk you through all that kind of thing. But the people that really helped us were Click Sergeant, because they really they understood the other side of it. You know, what it's like when you go home. You know, when you've got a nurse coming out to take bloods and all that kind of thing, and the impact on work, and the impact on family, and the impact on life, and how it affects not only the child but the child's family as well. And it's fantastic that they get involved in that way. The thing is, though, they get no government funding. Things like that aren't funded by our government. It's almost as though that the government don't care about the whole health package. If you're going to have a health service, it should be an all-round health package that deals with all aspects of health, not just the actual medicine, but you know, the mental health aspect of it as well. I mean, mental health provision in this country is absolutely woeful. We could talk for 24 hours about that, but it's sad that we have to rely on charities like Click Sergeant, but amazing that we have them. But the only way that we have them is by you guys and your generosity. So please, if you're just dipping in right now, then dig deep, and you know, whatever you've got, whether it be 10p or £10 or £10,000 or whatever, please stick some money in the bin. Right, so Ben has been out there for 34 laps, and you're running really well. Tash, lap 3, a new driver to the roster for this event. Akito, lap 68, one more lap to go, my friend, before I get to giggle. Bobby Pat, 19 laps down in that MX-5. Lager Lama, 17 laps down, just a couple of laps less than Bobby Pat. Bennett just coming out of the pits in the MX-5 at the end of lap 7. He's gone on to those racing hard tyres. Nice, good long run for him now. Denox, has Denox paid any attention to the message? Of course not, because he's a Frenchman, and Frenchmen are fucking idiots. And I'm saying that purely, I'm sure there are French people that aren't fucking idiots, but my experience of them in GT7 has been that most of them are arrogant tossers. But there we go, it is what it is. I'm not going to do it. I know I am going to do it. These people need, read the room, man. Read the room. So let's put it in. I've noticed how Mark is a lot more polite than I am. Do you know, I genuinely don't have time for stupid people. You know, I'm in my 40s now. I've had more than my fair share of stupid. I figure it this way: if the youngest or dumbest of my children can work it out without too much difficulty, then a grown adult should. And if they can't, they should be locked into a little box and dropped into the sea. No, I'm not a fan of stupid. In fact, I quite enjoy shouting at stupid nowadays. It's my new pastime. Character assassinating people on YouTube and shouting at stupid. And Denox clearly didn't read the description. I thought, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to come and mess with these guys' room, despite the fact that I've read what it says and paid no attention to it in the slightest. Bear in mind, I've got footage of all of these people, so what I might be forced to do, those of you may or may not know, I do a thing called Dicks of the Dailies, where I highlight absolute melts that I encounter, and other people send me videos as well, that people encounter during their daily racing and lobby racing shenanigans on GT7, and I occasionally put them into a little montage which I call Dicks of the Dailies, and I put it up on YouTube. I will happily take melts like this and shame them for the world to see, so everyone knows what a big massive melt that they are, and can hate them as much as I do. There we go. I've given him far too much airplay, but I wanted the world to see what an idiot looks like. So Ben, 35 laps in, good solid lap times from Ben throughout, just going the fastest sector yet for him in that Supra. Technitash in the pits, or coming into the pits now to change out those soft tyres. To be fair, there was a little bit of tyre left on there. Could have stayed out a little bit longer. So is it a comfort break for Tash coming up? Akito, 69 laps, baby. 69 glorious laps. And for getting to the magic 69 laps, this, my friend, is for you. I let those claps go on a little bit too long, didn't I?
Wow, it's very nice.
It is indeed very nice. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you for your service, man. No, I mean, 69, as fun as a number it is, it's a very fun number. And 96 as well, can be fun. It's a phenomenal amount of laps to put in. Phenomenal. You're thinking, this is 4 minutes or 4.5 minutes a lap. And I suppose I could sit here and do the math, couldn't I? I have a calculator right in front of me, let's do that. So, using completely wrong keyboard. There we go. Well, who were we watching? We were watching Akito, weren't we? There we go. Oh, I've got to remember, I've got two keyboards, man. So annoying. Flitting between the two. So annoying. So I'm answering emails at the same time I'm doing this. So Akito has now been racing for 5 hours. Answering messages, doing math, and commentating on a race. Have I run out of things to say yet? Someone's just asked me. Yeah, cool. I always run out of things to say when I'm broadcasting, which is why generally I just repeat myself. I just say the same thing over and over again and hope that the people listening now weren't the people listening 20 minutes ago. That's essentially how I operate as a broadcaster. I rely on the fact that people have very, very short attention spans and don't hang around for very long. And I figure if I can please one person every hour by saying the same thing to each one, then boom shanka, I'm golden. I'm on to an absolute winner. Now that's 5 hours in that MX-5, and that's not even factoring in pit stops and stuff. I mean, you're going to be close to sort of 5.5 hours by the time you factor in all the pit stops and the slower laps and bits like that. That's an awesome performance. Awesome performance. So longest runner currently on the racetrack. And that's not to mention that he already did a massive 4.5 hour session already today. Jaegerade still sitting in the pits. Not on track, of course. Stealthy Ben. It's got SPO2 Ben and Stealthy Ben 01. So is that the first Ben? No, it's not, because Stealthy Ben clearly hasn't read the room and needs to be schooled. No relation to the other Ben. We've got one smart Ben and one dumb Ben. Big eye. He's so quick. So quick. I think he guessed that I was gonna make a shitty comment at him, and I decided to be nice. Has that idiot Denox read the room yet? Of course not. Denox not read the room in the slightest. Stealthy Ben did and disappeared. Let's shame this absolute wank puffing. This is Denox. Denox is French. Denox is a cheese-eating surrender monkey that can't read, but still insists on continuing on. Can see that there is only two types of car on the racetrack, but insists on driving a completely different one because he's a big, stupid wank puffin. Moving on. Be like Ben or Tash or Akito and be smart and put in some effort and think about other people. Don't be like Denox, who is a denoxious little prick. Bobby Pratt with a 1.5 second penalty to serve. Penalties here are brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. And the worst thing about them, if you pick them up here, it's fine. You get to kind of Indianapolis and then you kind of serve your penalty. I mean, it's a brutal. I've long since been. I'm quite critical of the way penalties are dealt with in GT7. I think the way they were done in GT Sport was a much better way of administering penalty. However, it is what it is. You have to work with it. The brutal thing about a racetrack this long, so when you've got like a 4-minute lap, if you pick up a penalty, usually going into sort of Indianapolis or the sort of next couple of corners before the next corner before you get to the penalty line. If you pick up a penalty at that stage, you've got to go an entire lap now and you've still got to serve that penalty. So you may have lost time going off track and pick up that penalty anyway, and then you're going to lose more time going across the penalty line. And there must be a way to kind of code that. Have they lost some time? Has cutting that corner gained them time or lost them time? And I think it's pretty obvious from your lap times which it is. And then administer the penalty based on that. Now, there's two ways I'd like to see. I'd love to see the penalty system go one of two ways in Gran Turismo 7. Is to scrap this stupid penalty line thing because it's rubbish. It's absolutely stupid. It couldn't be less representative of racing if you tried. So my options are either go back to how it was with GT Sport, which is a little bit more representative, where you essentially have somebody's written to him in his own language, but to be fair, you're in a lobby that's clearly full of British people. That's cool. maybe let's think about, do I take back what I said about the Frenchman? No, I don't. I'm not taking it. The reason I'm not taking it back is because you can see what cars are in the freaking room. Even if you can't read any of the English and you've gone into a room, right? Firstly, you've gone into a room written in English, so you can imagine that everything in the room is going to be English. You can see when you come in, you can see the lobby, and you can see what cars everybody's running, and you can see for the most part they're all running the same sort of cars, and you can see they've been running for a significant amount of time. To then use a different car, and there is Guitnower, and Guitnower actually. It's not the first time he's been in this room. He was in this room before, and welcome back. See, this I take back what I say about Frenchmen because Guitnower actually is the epitome of the difference. So Guitnower is not involved with this in any way, and happened upon this lobby in the early hours of the morning. got involved, read the room immediately, saw what was going on, went and got himself a Supra, went and found himself a livery. Now it's not, look, it's not the perfect livery, it's not the exact one that people are using, but look, it's clearly getting the message across. Put that livery on the car, and has been getting involved and having a bit of fun with it. Did a few hours, went off and did whatever they needed to have, come back, and they're having some fun with it and do it and getting it right. Absolutely welcome in this lobby based on that. Denox just is an idiot. Picking up penalties, not reading the room, not paying any attention to messages, and now they've actually had messages in their own language. So if they're still not getting the message, then they're clearly a special kind of boy. And can someone please remove their tongue from that glass before they catch something? I've really laid into the poor fella. You're probably sitting there thinking, I just wanted to do a few laps in my Lamborghini. But getting heavily abused by some random fat man from London.
Yeah.
So right, I need a quick cover break. So should we stay on? Let's stay on with Akito, because Akito has put in a phenomenal effort. Lap 71 now for Akito, and well over 5 hours into this stint. You've got to be impressed with that. I will be back very shortly after a quick comfort break. I'll say a quick message from our sponsors. We don't have any. Certainly not for this event anyway. Back soon. I have returned. There we go. Akito now on 72 laps. That's well over 5 hours of racing put in by this dude. Absolutely phenomenal. You know, it's not like, I'm singling this guy up because he's on track at the moment. Everyone here has put in some significant effort to make this happen. No more so than this guy right here. This is the brains behind the operation. We've got all this off the ground, got it up and running, and got us going. There's his foster boy right there, running in the MX-5. Big ILF running also in the, is it the Supra? No, it's the MX-5. I think I'll be able to tell these cars apart by now, wouldn't you? I'm clearly not, because I'm a little idiot. Bendit also in the MX. We've got a lot of MX-5s on the track at the minute. In fact, other than Technic Tash and Ben, everybody running in the MX-5, apart from the new guy. The new guy not reading the room. Let me just remind him what he needs to do. What's his name? There we go. No, the wrong one. Not him. It's that dude right there. Charity. Ew. Wrong keyboard again. Idiot. To the point, completely honest. I wanted to actually. I'm putting my steering. I'm turning my steering wheel on only because it's easier to reach than my control, which I put across the room. Let's see what this guy does. No, straight away left the room. It's amazing, you know. You tell people it's for charity, they're like, "Oh no, I have nothing to do with that." Amazing bunch of idiots. So the two super drivers still left out there, Ben. 39 laps in, that's a good few hours of racing right there. Technic Tash, 8 laps in early on in their session. But Akito, 73 laps in the MX-5, that is over 5 hours, not far off now, 5.5 hours of racing, maybe nearly 6 hours of racing. Mike Dredd coming on, Mike Dredd going live on Twitch, I believe, so you can watch it from Mike Dredd's perspective on Twitch. And if you want, if someone wants to put his link up there in the chat, you can go and watch it on board from his perspective. I suppose I could be doing a really clever thing, and I could find his Twitch, and I could stick it up in a corner or something. That'd be really cool. I wonder if I can make that work. Probably could, but I'm too lazy for all of that palaver. Bobby Pat, 24 laps in. This is where the muscle memory kicks in, is that you kind of, especially as it's getting darker, is you're kind of relying on the experience of driving 15-20 laps around this racetrack to kind of feel your way around in terms of brake points and in terms of your gearing and all that kind of thing, relying less and less on the visual clues and more on sort of just remembering where it is, because obviously your visual clues will change as the racetrack changes, and it changes from night into day and day into night. Your visual clues that you're using for your brake points and for your change points and all that kind of thing will move and will change and will shift. So you do kind of rely on muscle memory, and I tell you, that guy is running purely on muscle memory and adrenaline, Akito. And yeah, well, they say you need 10,000 hours to be a master at something. He's certainly taking a big chunk out of that 10,000 hours right now. Bendit in the pits yet again. He's run those hard tyres. He's going to have to run some mediums now, and then he would have run the 3 he needs to. But he's got quite a session ahead of him. Took over from Wiggy on the hour, so about 55 minutes ago, and he's going to have to run now till the end of this race, which is in 6 hours time at 8 p.m. So we've done 18 of the 24 scheduled hours. Of those 18 hours, there are there's a driver that has in one stint done 12. There's another driver who in one stint has done 10, in total 11 hours. There is a driver out there right now who's currently close to 6 hours and has already done a 4-hour stint. So the majority of that, I think by the time we get to the end of 24 hours, there's going to be a handful of drivers who have done half that time on the racetrack. And that is a phenomenal effort. Here's the guy behind it all. Mark is out on track now. That's what happens with and there's Mush Sport Chilled State back with us after another break. He's been in a couple of times, and he was in last night. He was in again this morning. He's gone off, had a little rest, and he's coming back to join us shortly. Who's he leaving? I can remember which. I remember one team, and that's only because there's black flag drivers in it. I can't remember the rest of the teams offhand. That would involve some form of memory or caring at this stage, to be fair. Lager Lama and Jaegerade are both in the pits waiting. We've just seen that Chilled Stella Mush is in the room, so we'll be seeing him out on track shortly, I would imagine. But it is all MX5 at the minute as the light fades here at Le Mans. But remember what I do. This is Young Lives versus Cancer for Click Sergeant, and please, if you can, stick a couple of quid in the pot, and please get involved. Raising some money for what is a very, very worthy cause. Current total is £727. Hasn't gone up for a little while. Can somebody put some money in? Let's get that total up above the 800 quid. I would like to have got 800 quid by midday. We haven't made that target, but we can still keep going. There we go. How about that? How's that look? We've got Mike on board in the corner, and we've got Mike right there on the broadcast. That's really cool. Now, I do want to echo what's just been put in the chat there about an amazing effort from everyone. They have really put in massive shifts, these guys. Massive shifts. Bobby Pat into the pits. Numbers down a little bit now. It's that kind of time, isn't it? This guy here, Akito, right, sitting in the pits right now. That's off the back of a 6-hour straight stint. Wiggy, we saw him. He was on he did a 10-hour straight stint. We've seen D-Dot do a 12-hour stint. There's been some really phenomenal efforts put in by everybody. There again, there's Mike Dredd. This slightly out of sync from his live onboard live. I could probably try and fix that. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay between what he's broadcasting there and the actual live. It's a little bit off slightly, but still pretty cool, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, that looks pretty decent. Look at that. Into the braking zone he goes, and then we'll see how he did it from his onboard. You can see just how complicated it is for these guys. Let me make this screen a bit bigger for you, because you can see here. Apologies for the graininess. That's his end, not mine, or Twitch end, not mine. You can see how limited the visibility is. They've got their lights ahead of them, but it's so much harder to pick out your braking points and your and all your other kind of features that allow you to get around this racetrack, your turn points and your apexes and all that kind of thing, because the visibility is so low, particularly when you haven't got lots of cars around you to help spot. Sections like this not too bad because you've got a little bit of trackside light, but in these longer sections there just isn't that kind of benefit for you. You can see there he's now coming up behind Bendit. Mike Dredd obviously is running in the faster car, the Supra. You can see there he's in that Supra, so he'll easily dispatch of the MX-5 of Bendit, who took over from Wiggy at about 1 o'clock this afternoon and has a sizable penalty to serve there, actually. That's someone's taking the piss with track limits. There we go. So we'll leave it like this for a little while until we get bored. In fact, I'm going to leave Mike up there in the corner, just like that, alright? And we'll have a look, see what other people are doing. So, Chilled Stella on lap 4. This is the third stint for Chilled Stella. You've got guys like Aki that have run really long stints. I mean, Chilled Stella and guys like that have run just as long, but they've done it in kind of different, in smaller stints, which is just as valid. And actually, sometimes that can be harder because you're kind of winding down and you have to wind yourself back up again, and then wind down and then wind back up again. So it can be difficult to keep yourself motivated throughout that. But Chilled Stella at the moment, lap 4 for him. Mike Dredd, you can see there. He's on board as well. He's on his third lap. Grade on his fourth. Bobby Pat, I think is the longest running now on the track. 29 laps down for Bobby Pat. So he's the kind of on-track veteran as it stands. 29 of those juicy laps into this race, and that's in the MX-5 as well, which means 4.5 minute laps. That's some significant time he has been out on the racetrack. For those of you just joining us, this is the BCGT Player versus Cancer Le Mans 24-hour race event, and it's not a simulated 24 hours, it's an actual full 24 hours, not just a game 24 hours, an actual game, real life 24 hours. Some of these guys have put in phenomenally long shifts to raise money for a great cause, Young Lives versus Cancer, Click Sergeant, who are based out of most cancer hospitals in the country, particularly places like the Royal Marsden, Great Ormond Street, those kind of Royal Brompton, those kind of places all have Click Sergeant involved. 18 hours we are into this event thus far. We will continue running right through to the very end, which will be at 8 o'clock this evening. And following that, we'll be straight into round 2 of this month's GTFusion Team Championship. And then straight after that into Division 1 of the GTC World Cup round number 5 from Brands Hatch. So basically it's like a real TV channel today, because it's just constant. We have been broadcasting, other than a short time when we came on, we were offline for a very, very short period of time. We have been live since 8 p.m. yesterday evening, and we will continue to bring you the action where possible from this awesome event. Current running total, I'll bring up in a little while, because we're leaving Mike Judd up there for a little while, aren't we? Actually, I'm going to need to turn that off for a sec while I... Yeah, current running total is... I can't pop it off for some reason, it's not working. We're still sitting at 727. Come on, people. We need you to up your game. Let's get involved. Let's have some more donations coming in, shall we? There we go. That's back there. Back in the room. Back in the room. I think we're at actually our lowest number of drivers on the track since this event began. So through the night, I mean, we had 7, 8, 9 people at a time all getting involved. Obviously during the day, a little bit harder during the day. Obviously people have got things to do, places to be, all that kind of thing, and you know, and people are dipping in and out when they can. But you know, I'm going to keep echoing this. It's been a phenomenal effort from everybody that's been involved in this event. Chilled Stella picking up the de facto lead of the race at the moment. It's 2 stints that Chilled Stella's done in the MX-5, I think. Is now running in the Supra, gets to go a little bit quicker this time and experience 30 seconds a lap quicker around this racetrack. It obviously changes, break points and everything change for you when you switch cars like that. So you've got to rethink your the way you round the lap, and it's a little bit more complicated because obviously it's dark. What we've done with the 24-hour cycle, it's not like normally you'd expect a 24-hour race, just a full day and night cycle over the 24 hours. But because people are dipping in and out at different points throughout the day, it's been set so we've got a constant evolving 24-hour day-night cycle. So we've had nighttime several times throughout this event thus far, and I think we'll have it a few more times, about times 8. So essentially by the time we're done, it'll be equivalent of about 8 or 9, about 8 days ish of day-night cycles. Oddly though, bearing in mind that it's random weather, I would have expected at least some rain at some point, but we haven't had any yet. It's been dry for the entire 18 hours we've been going, 18 and a half hours we've been going, which surprised me. I genuinely thought at some stage we'd see some rain, but we just haven't. There hasn't been that much of a change in the weather conditions, and the wind's been pretty steady. So yeah, I did kind of expect there to be a bit more in the way of weather. I was gonna put in the live chat from Mike's thing, but I realise he's in group, and it might not necessarily be safe for work. Although to be fair, I've hardly been not a potty mouth any stage. There is Mike Dredd. You can see there's his on board that we're watching, which is slightly delayed from the real-time footage because it's on Twitch, and Twitch is like a delay in there, so they can cancel you out when you do something inappropriate, like some people are wanting to do on Twitch. He's currently on lap 5 in that Supra. J Grade lap 5. Also Bobby Pat lap 30. This is getting into the realms of a really, really solid shift for Bobby Pat. And I think this is his 2nd run, if I remember rightly. Or was it his 3rd? It might be his 3rd run. To be fair, I stopped keeping count about 5 hours in, 4 hours in. I stopped keeping count of how long people have done it, unless they've done it in one long stint. There's Bendix coming up to an hour and a half in the car. Lap 18 for him in that MX-5. So I suppose you can work out an hour and a half for 17, 18 laps. You can work out how long it takes to do 30. So essentially it's double that. just under double that. Akito sitting in the pit still, as is Lager Lama. I've never seen a llama get drunk before. Did he get drunk on the chilled Stella? Possibly. To be fair, but that was pretty good on the old VR. Yeah, there was quite a decent 3 hour stint there. He did all right on the. So clearly you can run 3 hours without getting sick then. I don't know if I could. I'll have to get a VR and find out. So Sony, if you, I'll happily plug your VR through every single broadcast if you want to send me one to test, to play with. I won't send it back, but you can send me one to play with. No, it's been a monumental effort, mate. Absolutely monumental from every single one of you. But to do 3 hours in that VR is pretty darn cool. How did you find your lap times in comparison on with the VR over using the standard television procedure? Do you know what I should have done right before this event started? I've got a thing called Collab Cam, which I can essentially send you a link, and you can link up your webcam to it. So I could have yeah, don't we all wish we had that kind of money? Yeah, I could have sent links to a few of you in Collab Cam and had it set up so that whenever I flicked to you like this, I could have a little box in the corner which had a picture of you looking dishevelled and tired after 6 hours up in the corner. Maybe we'll do, the next time we do such an event, I'll get that set up. Quicker than me, mate. Quicker than me with the 140. I said 142. I knew you meant 442. Say 442 in the Supra. Surely you're quicker than that in the Supra. That's MX5 times, mate. You surely aren't 40 seconds off the pace. Are you telling me that there is somebody out there slower than me? That's not possible. It's not possible, my friend. Mike, press the button accidentally. Press the button accidentally, so you have to come in again. I'm going to check it. In he comes, so let's see who else is out there. My bloody keyboard again, idiot. Yeah, I think 442 would be MX5 times, because I mean, if you look at chilled Stella's Supra times on the softs, yeah, 402. That's much more reasonable. That's much more compared. That's much more on the pace. And to be fair, that's not super slow either. I mean, if you think that the fastest lap, the fastest genuine lap, well, yeah, I'm saying, I'm looking at it right now. It's on the bloody screen, and I'm questioning it. What an idiot! It's written right there. 402.2. Yeah, I mean, if you think the fastest lap, I think Wiggy and Akito would do 150. 358s they've done. Oh, that was your Ashley, Technic Tash. You should have said before, I would have given him a little bit more airtime. Good job, though. Good job from him. Yeah, 358. I mean, you're only 4 seconds off their quickest laps, and they didn't really chuck in too many at that kind of pace. Wiggy and Akito. I mean, most of theirs were around the low 4 minute 401, 402s. That's a pretty bang average time. So I wouldn't be too ashamed of that, mate. I don't think I'll be anywhere near that. I think I might briefly. Yeah, but there was a few. The problem is there was a few times on the screen that were set by people who came in different cars. Some of those idiots who can't read and jumped into the room and then decided to blast around in alternative cars. We see people in the GT40 and the Lamborghini in those sort of cars. So there was a 338. Someone had chucked in a much quicker car. Sorry, Jack. I did. I had to turn it off for a brief moment, but I'm back. Don't worry. I did post it up everywhere I could think of. what it is, to know how that glitch works, but so basically, so the way the lobbies work with PD, I've done a lot of research on this because obviously as a broadcaster I have to try and find out where we can alleviate problems. So essentially what it does is it allocates 16 slots in the lobby for the 16 drivers. And then the information comes in from each driver into that central point and then it's sent back out to all the other drivers. Now, as people leave the lobby and come in, so when someone leaves the lobby, it frees up that slot. So when somebody comes in and goes into that slot, if the person who was in the slot previously has set a time, when they leave the lobby, it's only applicable to practice mode. It's not the same for race and qualifying. But yeah, so it's when they leave the lobby, that slot is then allocated to a new driver. So it keeps the service still recognises the fast time that was put, but the driver that is now in that slot is now allocated essentially into that position. It's kind of lazy coding. You can say they obviously do it because they've got a limited amount of slots. And they have to do it to dumb it down for PS4 users, because originally the game was designed. I could go into months about it. So originally the game was designed for PS5. That's the whole development of this game was for PS5, which is why when you see all the lobby slots, there's actually much more. You can fit up to 24 cars in those slots. Then with COVID and the issue with getting chipsets sorted and the shortage of PlayStation 5s and all that kind of palaver, they realised that when they released they would have a much smaller target audience, and the game wasn't quite finished anyway. So what they did is they kind of changed development tactics on the game to make it cross-platform PS4, PS5, which meant in order to have the two consoles being able to race together and work together and that kind of thing, they had to dumb it down to the maximum level available for the PS4 processing power, which meant they had to restrict the lobbies to 16, and they had to allocate specific slots, just the 16 slots. So they couldn't open up 20 or 30 slots because the PS4 couldn't process that amount of information, which is why you have that issue now of the fastest lap name changing as it does. You wouldn't ordinarily notice it because when you've got a practice lobby open, it's usually only open for an hour or so with the same people in the room. And the people aren't leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back and that kind of thing. So you wouldn't normally notice it. But obviously with this format, because people are in and out of the room, you do notice the difference, because obviously people are leaving and going away for 4 hours and someone else is coming in and slotting into that allocated slot the lobby is given to them, which is why that name will change. So at some point someone else will come in. If no one else puts a faster lap in than you, someone will at some point come in, take your slot when you've gone, and that will show as their fastest time, the 4:02.2. But yeah, the fastest lap that was on my screen during the first broadcast was 3:38, essentially. I've basically just made a very long story out of a very, what could have been very, very short, for no apparent reason. But that explains why it is what it is. Anyway, Chilled Stellar, he's showing us first on the racetrack in the Supra. There's Mike Dredd up in the, you can see Mike Dredd up in the top right-hand corner as well. That's his onboard view, live from Twitch. Twitch is it's a very toxic streaming platform. If you've ever watched any sort of the big Twitch streams, and I'm talking Twitch streams with thousands of people in, right? And you just read the comments, it is essentially just somewhere where nerds go to shout mum jokes at each other and find ways to insult each other or insult other people. It's incredibly toxic in Twitch chat. Not so much so if you haven't got so many people watching, but when you've got thousands of people watching, it's a horrible place to be, and it needs moderators. It genuinely needs people to moderate every message coming through, because it is absolute nightmare, particularly with a lot of these kind of multiplayer games and stuff, and competitions with the competitions. But so Bendit, he's on lap 20. He's reached that magic 20 laps. As the clock reaches 19 hours, we're actually only about 18.5 hours in, because the lobby was open for half an hour before we started. What we actually should have done was restarted the lobby just before the race started, in order to, so that race clock was kind of accurate, but it is what it is. And also I should have changed the thing at the bottom so you could see all the numbers, but it's not often we're racing for this long and need that many numbers available. Longest serving driver out there right now is Bobby Putt, 33 laps in. Then Bendit, who's currently on their 20th lap. Ben, of course, is a black flag driver as Jaeger goes streaming past. Lap 7 for Mike Dredd, lap 8 for Jaeger, lap 8 also for Chilled Stella. How close are him and Jaeger? Not too far apart, so they're actually racing. So that 1.4 seconds difference is not too far off the distance between them. Probably a little bit more than that, but not too far off. But I think Ben can have a little snooze now. With that, I think that fastest lap for 4:02.2 is currently in the bank at the moment. We've got Chilled Stella in the Supra there is doing, I think 4:14 is the fastest lap so far in the Supra, which actually is not super quick. Get a wriggle on, my friend, get a wriggle on, go faster. Jaeger is also in the Supra, 4:07.2 quickest lap for him in the Supra so far. That was his last lap, actually was the quickest lap of the race for him. Mike Dredd also in that Supra, 2:18.0 for him. Do you know what? I should race with you guys more often. I might beat a couple of you. Maybe once, not so often. Bobby Platt. So we've gone to. We did at one stage have lots of MX-5s and a couple of Supras. We've now changed the balance somewhat, and it's the Supras are Supering 3-2 as it stands. 5 on track at the moment. Toe is in the pits. Lager Lama is also in the pits, but I think he has to be because he's the host, I think. In all fairness, it probably would have made sense had I not have to work. To be fair, I wouldn't have done the disconnection thing if I'd been home. But I suppose it would have made sense for me to have hosted the room, bearing in mind that I was running the lobby. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I would have had to have obviously turned off my my timeout thingy because it did. We did have that little issue when I had my first little snooze between 12 and 3. Is the I went into rest mode and forgot that I still have rest mode switched on. I don't even know why I bother with it, to be fair, because I'm either on it or I'm not on it. I don't know why I bother to leave rest mode on. It's not off, and I rely on it turning itself off for me. Who wants to hear about one really cool delivery that I just had? So I've just had delivered. Has anyone seen Clarkson's Farm? Firstly, Clarkson's Farm on Amazon Prime. It's a really cool show, right? And I genuinely, I started watching it because I thought it was going to. I was struggling to sleep one night, and I thought it was going to be really fucking boring because it was about farming, right? I ended up watching 8 or something 6 episodes of the first season back to back, and not sleeping at all. It's brilliant. It's very funny, but also it kind of opens your eyes a bit about the farming community and how difficult it is for farmers. And I'm not going to get all political about that. Anyway, so he's got a farm in the village of Chipping Norton where he lives, called Diddley Squat Farm, and this season 2's just dropped about a month or so ago on Amazon Prime, and it kind of charts his kind of foray into becoming a farmer and branching out. Anyway, he has created his own beer. A lager, essentially. So anyway, I thought I would have a little look see. So anyway, I've just had 10 bottles of Hawkstone Lager, which is directly from the Diddley Squat Farm in Chipping Norton, which is not far from Oxford, delivered, right? And it looks, the bottles are really cool. I haven't opened one yet. I'm going to have one later, full stop. They did send me a couple of free packets of crisps, which are I don't know what, I never understood the hand-cooked crisps. That suggests to me that you held them in your hands until they were really hot. It's not freaking hand cooked, is it? It's cooked on a fucking oven or on a pan. You just happen to be holding the pan when you did it. Great show. Thank you very much, Stuffler. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a great show. I will let you know what the beer's like because I've got 10 bottles of Hawkstone Lager to try. If his view when he was drinking it is anything to go by, I'm really looking forward to it. So the box arrived, and yeah, that's it. I've got 10 bottles of Hawkstone Lager from Diddley Squat Farm to drink later on. I've already eaten the crisps. The crisps are really nice. The free packet of crisps they sent me. Yeah, it was really cool. You can jump on if you want to, mate. There's if you want to do a couple of hours, you're absolutely welcome to. You can find the livery, if you search BCGT in the showcase, you can find the liveries for either car. Yeah, just feel free to jump on, mate, and whack some laps in. There's no, there's no fixed thing. I think Bendit's covering the final 5 hours for Wiggy. Wiggy put in 10 hours, man. 10 straight hours. He did an hour from 8 till 9. Someone else jumped in until 1. Jay took over from 1 till 3 a.m. Then at 3 a.m. Wiggy jumped on and he came off at 1 o'clock. So guaranteed he is properly in the land of Nod now. Yeah, so he jumped off about an hour and 40 minutes ago. So yeah. So this is how it looks. I mean, we genuinely got no idea where anyone sits on the fucking racetrack anymore. Absolutely no idea. And what I can tell you is that Team Wiggy and Team Akito are probably the two that are fighting out at the front. That said, it was easier to predict where they are because they started in the Supras and they were way off ahead of everybody else. Those that started in the MX-5s and have since gone on to run the Supras, until the data comes in, we won't know where they slot in that kind of 24-hour period. We've had obviously people jumping in and doing individual couple of hours here and there. We've had the French dude actually came in twice. I should have remembered the guy's name. So basically he jumped in the early hours of the morning. He jumped in, read the room immediately, saw what was going on, went and got the car, went and found the livery that kind of matched what was going on, and did a good, I think he did some good sort of 2, maybe 3 hours. Yeah, good 2, maybe 3 hours, and went off and did his business and came back. And then he actually came back about an hour ago and did some more laps. And even communicated with this idiot French bloke who basically ignored every message telling him what was going on. Even messaged him in his own language to tell him what was going on. And eventually he either got the message or he just got bored of noticing that none of the cars looked like his one. Freaking idiot. But there we go. So Mike Dredd, we might as well. There is Mike Dredd. That's what it looks like from both views for him. There is that slight twitch delay, of course. Mike Dredd into. That's an interesting line through there. We can see how he does that again. There we go. Interesting line from Mike Dredd through that chicane, the second of the 2 chicanes, of course, down the very long straight here at Le Mans. And to be fair, I've been on this track for so long, I could have actually spent some time to learn all of the corner names, but that would involve some level of actually giving a shit. And as you know, I don't really give two fucks. Right, anyway, let's have a quick look and see. I'll see what I've got to do first, because where is it? There it is. I'm going to turn, it's not permanent, I'm just going to turn you off for a minute, Mike Dredd, because I'm going to a different web page than the one that I'm pulling through for that. Right, let's have a little look. Let's refresh. Come on. Oh, we've got some more money. There's an anonymous gift. Thank you very much, Anonymous, and the gift aid as well. I've got to tell you that the total amount is currently £732. That doesn't tell the whole story, because that doesn't include the 70 odd quid in gift aid. I can't stress enough how important it is. If you are in the UK and you are a UK taxpayer, click the gift aid button. It doesn't cost you anything. What it does do is it takes the 25% of the money that you've earned, that you sent to the government as tax. They give it back to the charity in what they call gift aid. So for every penny you give a charity, 25% of that will come back from the government and go directly to the charity out of your tax money. So if you want to fuck the government over, make big donations. Let's face it, loads of people make big donations to all of our MPs in order to get favours. Let's make loads of big donations to all of our favourite charities to take money away from these money wasting wank puffins. There we go. Right, anyway, back to the broadcast. Boom, there we go. There's Mike Dredd yet again. Bobby Pat into the pits. This is actually the lowest amount of runs we've had on track for the entire duration of the 19 hours almost that we've been running. It'll be 15 minutes time, it'll be 19 hours. Let's have a little recap of why we're doing this. We're doing this for Young Lives versus Cancer. It's player versus cancer. Really shit computer game. Listen, cancer's a horrible disease, and there's many charities, cancer research being one of them, of course, that focus on finding cures, that focus on finding remedies to cancer. Young Lives versus Cancer is different because they focus on the other parts of the other things in your life that get affected by a young person getting cancer. And it's everybody from babies right through to 25. Because let's face it, I mean, look, it can't just stop at 18. Young people aren't just, you don't stop being a young person because it's your 18th birthday. Yes, look, you can vote and you can marry and you can do all these things, and the government decide that there needs to be an arbitrary line somewhere. Of course, we need to find some sort of arbitrary line. What Click Sergeant do is they help you with the aspects of your life that are affected by you having cancer. Now that could be school, that could be job, that could be university, it could be any number of things. It could be financial, it could be how you're going to pay your rent, how you're going to be able to travel back and forward for your treatment. We were very lucky when my son was diagnosed when he was 2. We were very lucky that the borough we live in is home to one of the finest cancer hospitals on the planet, the Royal Marsden, and so we were very, very lucky to have that on our doorstep. Click Sergeant obviously based out there as well, and they were very helpful. But some people don't have that. Some people living in other parts of the country have to travel hundreds of miles to get their treatment because that's the closest place to them that offers that level of treatment. And Click Sergeant, as an organisation, help those people fund that kind of thing and find the money to make that travel and help them claim any sort of assistance, government assistance that is available to them. I mean, did you know, for instance, that if you are diagnosed with a form of cancer, there is financial help available from the government to help you pay your rent and to help you pay the bills and that kind of thing, and for the families as well. If your child is suffering, because obviously it is a big effect on your family. If your child has cancer, there's going to be many hospital appointments, and it is going to affect your work because these hospital appointments are during the day and you need to get to work and that kind of thing, and you can get help, and it's Click Sergeant that help you do that. But they do it only from donations. They cannot do it without financial help. The government are not interested in helping organisations like that because it doesn't help them in any way. That's why they're not interested in helping. So they do 100% rely on donations, and it's little things like this that make all the difference. So if you can give a quid, give a quid. If you can give 20 quid, give 20 quid. But please, if you can give something, do it immediately. Anyway, enough morbid shit. What's going on the track? Not a great deal at the moment. Listen, there's some massive shit been put in. 11 laps for Chilled Stella. 11 laps for Yay Grade. My Dread lap 10. You can see him coming up there. That's his view behind. I don't know who that's. He's just gone round. That's Bobby Pat. He's just gone round. Obviously, it's slightly out of sync from his Twitch to the live, but it is what it is. Bobby Pat on lap 35. He's the longest serving victim out there at the moment. 35 laps in to this unlimited lap race. 24 hours. To be fair, that MX-5 at the moment is keeping pace with that Supra, until of course you get to the straight, and then the Supra is able just to get that power down and pull away. Bandit is on lap 2, strangely. How'd that happen? He can't be on lap 2. Did he get disconnected and reconnect at some stage? Because he was on very odd. He was a lot further into the race than 2 laps. I can tell you that for nothing. He was much further down the order with I think he had 18 or 19 laps on the board. He must have disconnected and come back. That's the only solution. I don't know how I missed that, but it's what it is. Right, 10 minutes from 3 o'clock. That leaves us with five glorious hours of racing to go here at Le Mans. What a racetrack this is. What a wonderful racetrack. I will be back in exactly 10 minutes. So talk amongst yourselves and behave. So we've got. Let's stick with Bobby Pack. He's been out there a long time, and you can have. You get twofer. You get a twofer. You get Bobby Pat and Mike Dredd. See you in 10. Returned just in time to find someone else who can't freaking read. Shaq Shiesty can't read and is now going to be told what they should be doing rather than what they are actually doing. Here we go, where is he? There we go. I was writing too many words. Didn't get the opportunity to tell him he was being a cock, parking in the middle of the freaking road. Seriously, in my 42 years, I genuinely think I've seen more bellends playing online than anywhere else in the world. There really are some absolute blankets of muppets just strewn across the online environment of gaming. Really is. Yeah, I've just seen your message playing it. You push the exit button instead of the setting button. It's becoming a habit, isn't it, mate? Boom, boom. In-joke, that's a private in-joke. It's a black flag in-joke, and you're not involved, people. There's Chilled Stella in the Supra. His fastest lap at 4:05.7. And just by virtue of Shaq coming into the room, as demonstrated, Ben, there we go. That is what happens. He basically went into your slot. And I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was good fun for you when he entered your slot in such a way. Fnar. Jaeger 4:07.2 for him. That's fastest lap in the Supra there. Mike Dredd. You can see, well, you can't see him in the top corner, but has his Twitch gone all twitchy? I know it is still working, it's just not. Oh, there it is, there it is. It's back up and running. Don't know what happened there. So yeah, there's Mike Dredd. Two views of Mike Dredd, one in the top right and one you can see right there of him racing. Thank you very much, Jay. Sorry I missed your 2 hour stint this morning. I had to get some sleep, mate. As you know, I've got so much shit going on for the rest of this weekend. I had to get some sleep on board because I'm not sleeping now until about let's still put it this way, there's still another full-on 12-13 hours of broadcasting ahead for me. It worries me, of course. Some of these fuckers have driven for like 10 hours. I've been disappearing off and eating and drinking and doing all these other bits, and there's me moaning about broadcasting for 12 hours. It's not that bad. It's not that bad at all. Longest serving current member of the racetrack, Bobby Patts. To be honest, Jay, I'd love to say that I've been doing this for 19 hours, but I haven't. As you know, I jumped off at midnight. I had about 3 hours sleep, came back on for 3 a.m. When you switched back out for Wiggy. I did about 45 minutes. I think I did about an hour. No, the problem was actually my PlayStation actually timed out, so I had to get back on and get back involved. So there's an hour of footage, which is essentially just my Elgato card telling the world that it couldn't get a signal with no sound, nothing. So skip through that. I might try and edit it out later if I can. Anyway, yes, at 3 o'clock I put the stream back on and I turned off the auto sleep thingy on the PlayStation. I went back to sleep about 4. I was up again at Came on just after 8, and I spent a couple of hours on until my family started getting up. Then I disappeared off and made some breakfast. And I've been pottering in and out since. I had to shut the broadcast down for an hour because I had a dodgy light fitting, essentially, and the light was turning itself on and off, and we thought it was a bulb, and I replaced the bulb, but it wasn't that. And then I realised, I had a little look and I saw one of the wires was loose, so I had to sort that out. But in order to do that, I had to turn the electric off. Yeah, only 13 hours to go. The difference is now, you know, at the moment I can kind of flit in and out between, when I have to, I've got shit going on in the house. I can flit in and out of this. Obviously I'm going to be hardcore in for the last couple of hours as it starts to wind up to the end. But then straight off that, yeah, I'm going to have to take breaks in between on the Fusion stuff. The one good thing about the Fusion stuff is it's I'm doing the lobby that Stormfly is hosting. Whether Wiggy or not makes it, I don't know. It depends whether he gets enough sleep. But we can find a way to black him out of that anyway without losing points. Not too concerned with that in the slightest. Yeah, so the fact that Stormfly's doing it means that I can kind of communicate with him if I need a little bit of a longer break. And the ideal is actually I want it to move along quite quickly, the Fusion stuff. I don't want big breaks in between because it's, well, one, it's rubbish for the broadcasting, and two, it's stupid. If you've got some races, just get on with the freaking races, man. We've got guys out here that have done 10, 12 hours of racing, and these Fusion guys do like a half an hour. Oh, I need a 10-minute break because I've just done a half hour. I'll suck it up, you pussy hole. I'm a very kind, caring, considerate person. I like to think. If you are just joining us, this is a player versus cancer at Le Mans 24 Hour for the BCGT family. Young Lives versus Cancer. Money raised goes to a great cause, goes to Click Sergeant, who want every single penny of your money, and every single penny makes a difference. So get on with it. I don't know is the honest answer. You've asked the question. Maybe he will now respond. Is Aaron still here? That was the question. Aaron will now say no. Well, actually, he won't say no because he's not here. He'll say nothing, or he'll say yes, and he is. To be fair, I think he might be practicing for Fusion. So probably worth running a few laps for Fusion at Spa. If you are interested in watching, if you're not too tired after watching this and you want something to do later, as soon as this is finished from 8 o'clock, we've got the GTFusion World Team Championships. That is in the Alpha Giulietta 20 and fully tuned at Spa. 4 races there to feature 2 sprint format races. And then immediately following that, we've got GT Champions World Cup round number 5. No, that's fine. That's fine, absolutely fine. I know we were talking yesterday, you have to get it. It's got to be done, mate. You can't leave it half decorated like I do at my house. But then I'm a builder, and therefore you're kind of allowed to do that. Because the rule of thumb is if you're a builder, your house is always half finished. It's kind of in fact, you can't be trusted as a builder if your house is not half finished. That's the law, and I'm claiming it, even though it's probably not true. In fact, it's definitely not true, because I know some builders who live in houses that are completely finished. Yeah, GT Champions is at Brands Hatch. Fusion's at Spa, but GT Champions is at Brands Hatch in the BMW today, I believe. Unless I'm sorely mistaken, it is the BMW today, isn't it? I'm going to check now because I'm doubting myself when I don't think I should be. I think I'm right in remembering. Yeah, it's indeed it is. It's the BMW M4 GT4 against other GT4 cars. It's absolute dog shit. But up against other M4s, it's all right. It's not a bad car. When you're competing against, of course, the same car. So we've got Division 1 starts from about 11:30 as the boss man's back, quick, hide all the drugs. Yeah, that's from 11:30, and then we've got, straight after that is the full live coverage of Division 2. We've got two Black Flag drivers in the top 5 of Division 2. That'll be live from about 1:32 a.m. ish. I think 1:30 will be. I don't know, actually 2 a.m. It's 1 a.m. Sorry, 1 a.m. So yeah, it's 11 o'clock for Division 1 and 1 a.m. for Division 2. And then of course at the same time we'll be running Division 5. That won't be broadcast, unfortunately, but we've got a couple of drivers in the top 5 there as well. Jay currently sitting in that top 3, banging on the door of bringing a championship home. Also racing slow, we've got Arminist, we've got Bandit as well, both also racing in GT Champions, I think Division 4, if I remember rightly. Can't remember, but something like that anyway, Division 4 I think it is. And then it's the return of the Porsche Cup tomorrow. Academy Group being broadcast here on Black Flag Racing TV. However, it's going to be broadcast from a replay because we've got the pro group of GTFusion actually I don't think it's going to make it. There is going to be a little bit of an overlap, so I'll broadcast from a replay. It'll be easier. And considering that the last couple of Academy events for the WSR Porsche Cup have been absolute shit. I can't think of a better way to put it. In terms of racing, there's been some okay racing, but there's been some absolutely awful driving standards. And the lag last week, I mean, the guy that ended up getting disqualified because his lag was so bad. And you can find a video of him flying actually down there in the channel somewhere in the depths of all the other shit on Black Flag Racing TV. You can find Arco Potter and the Disappearing Cayman, where you can see how bad the lag was when he started flying all over the racetrack. So lap 39 for Bobby Pat, 88. Assuming is that the year of his birth? Is the 88th time that he's racing? Is this his 88th account? Yeah, it is the M4 BMW. I think I already said that, but there we go. Bandit. He's not on lap 6, he's actually on lap 20 something. He accidentally pressed the exit button instead of the settings button, and is now, although it is on lap 6, he's actually been running for just over 2 hours now, 2 hours 10 minutes. Sort was on the phone. When you say Sort was on the phone, does that mean you had a Sort phone you up? Sort as in like good looking woman? Is that too toxic? Is that toxic masculinity, referring to a good looking woman as a Sort nowadays? I don't fucking, you know, I genuinely don't care. What I do know is you can't, I don't know, this society's changed too much for my liking. Apparently you can't refer to I don't know. Is it appropriate? There's a question for today. Sorry, it was on the phone. He's opened up a question that didn't need to be asked, but is it inappropriate to refer to a good-looking woman as a Sort? I don't know where the expression came from. I just know it's an expression. I don't even know it's an expression that's used much outside of London, in all fairness. I know it's something we used to use here. I mean, I don't really use it myself that much anymore. Yeah, mate, that bird's a Sort, innit? No, I don't really use that expression anymore. But, you know, is it out of the realms of possibility to use it? Are you not allowed? Answers on a postcard to it's only what you fucking like. I really don't give a toss. Bandit has 7.5 seconds worth of penalties. That is some penalty haul. What do you have to do to get 7.5 seconds worth of penalties? Well, we can ask him because he knows, because he's done it. Lager Llama, he's in the pits, he's the host, he has to be. A chilled Stella, which is always good, with some peanuts and chicken wings. He is showing as the current race leader. He's done 16 glorious laps. No, he's at 7.5 seconds now, mate. 7.5 seconds. Yeah, he's racking them up, mate. He's decided to go for. He said, "Look, I'm not going to be the fastest car on the track. You're not going to get fastest lap. But what I'm going to have is more penalties than anybody else." We should see how much it slows him down actually when he gets there. So yeah, we'll see just how much time it's going to cost him. He's going to be going slowly for an awful long time. So round Indianapolis we go. Back on the power because there's so much more of the road coming out of there. You say over the last 22 hours, mate, but I think you're a bit early with that. It's this, unless I've gone back in time, I think we've only done 19, mate. Have I time travelled? I hope I haven't time travelled. You need a friend request so you can pop in. Haven't you already? I'm sure I accepted your friend request already, Waldy. Yeah, I did. I accepted your friend request at about 9 o'clock this morning, I think. Or 3 o'clock. It was either 3 o'clock this morning or 9 o'clock this morning. I can't remember. The last night and today is kind of blurred into one big mush of no time at all. All I know is that occasionally I look out the window and it's daylight or it's not daylight. That's pretty much how I'm judging my entire life at the moment. Not really watching it. The only clock I'm watching is the one in the bottom left-hand corner of this broadcast. Back to the over the last 22 hours. I'm hoping that by 22 hours you mean like stuff that went on before the race started, because we've been racing for just 19 hours. We've still got many hours to go. Not many. What are we? We're just past 3 o'clock. I did put a little bit of time into this, but I don't count that. A little bit of time, yeah, but let's not count that. To be fair, I had some sleep and I've potted around and done some bits around the house, so it's not all been plain sailing. Total, I can tell you what the total is. Moonshine. Let me have a little look. Sunshine, moonshine. Sorry, Mike, your Twitch stream is going to hide while I have a quick look. Total is £732. £732, and for some reason, there we go, £732. It's an awesome. I don't know who's hosting, but I'm in the room, mate, so you should be able to see it, because that's the way it works, innit, brethren? Yeah, that is the total update. Is the chat not keeping up with me? Don't think it is. Yeah, £732 is the current total. Awesomeness. Awesome. What I'd probably do if I'm not doing it. Let's turn that off. There we go. Right, so we are what, 19 just over 19 hours in to this 24-hour extravaganza of Le Mans. Chilled Stella, lap 17. Mike Dredd. We can bring Mike Dredd's feedback up, can't we? That's the wrong one. Apologies for that. There we go. Stay on top of it, Andy. Stay on top of it. There we go. Mike Dredd back up in the corner. If anyone else has got a Twitch stream they're doing, or a YouTube stream or whatever, give me the link to it and I will stick it on the screen here alongside. So we can do like a Brady Bunch thing, where we can have lots of little boxes all around of people's stream. I can put them all in one place. That's a good idea. That is a really good idea, actually. I'm a genius. So anyone else that's going live, send me the link. Let's get 4 or 5 different ones all running at the same time. That'll be a bit of fun, won't it? But there is Mike Dredd, 2 different views. I'm pretty sure that's what you meant. Right, right, how many laps has he done now? Wrong keyboard. Got 2 keyboards in front of me. Can't keep up. Oh, is he hosting right now? 17 laps, Jagerade. Let's put in. Mike Dredd into the pits. You can see him coming in now. Bobby Pat, just coming up behind Chilled Stella. Is Chilled Stella out of fuel? Chilled Stella is the 3rd driver that I've caught personally running out of fuel. We've seen quite a few. We've seen, I think, is it 3 or 4? We've seen 4 people have run out of fuel at some stage in this race. Chilled Stella is the next one to add to that list of oops, I forgot to pit. And look how far away he is as well. That's a long, long way to go. A long, long way to go. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk to you again. Yeah, it's very, very upsetting. It's also very embarrassing when the broadcaster highlights the fact you ran out of fuel and stays on your car for a little while just to make sure that everybody knows that you ran out of fuel. Just for no other reason than yeah, that'd be good if we can get, if we had 15 people on track for the last couple of hours, that'd be awesome. Be absolutely fantastic. And then we could say to the world, everybody strap in. I had to say it because I forgot to do this.
Everybody strap in!
I've had to turn the other audio off because it's got mic'd audio on it and I didn't want him to swear too much, even though I've been swearing loads. You can't see nothing on my screen. In terms of what Jagerade is giving chilled aid and just shoving him along, helping him down towards the pits. It's got him up to over 100 miles an hour, so doubled his speed with that little shove there from Jagerade, just helping him get around the track, get back to the pits. Yeah, you're not the only. I think that's the thing. I think because people have been switching between cars, they forget which cars they're in, and then people run out. I know Wiggy. To be fair, I mean Wiggy's been one of the quickest out there. He managed it as well. And I can't remember who else was it. I can't remember who the other one was, but the other one was on. I think they were on auto drive. They'd obviously gone for a little rest or a drink or whatever, and they'd found themselves running out of fuel while on auto drive. So I think they did a couple of laps actually, like that. Money raised. The answer to your money raised question is there. For £732. And how do you propose that he does that while he's driving? Surely you should be able to see the room with me in it or other friends in it. I'm just waiting for you to get in the room so I can use the line I've been waiting to use since you said you were going to come. Where's Waldy? There he is. Because I'm childish that way, and that's the sort of thing that I do. He's being helped along greatly by Jagerade. Jaeger and Chilled Stella and Jaeger all together at the same time. That is a surefire way to get a fight started. And in he goes. He makes it to the pits. And actually, I think that's the quickest I've seen anyone make it round after running out of fuel in that particular part of the racetrack. Under 7 minutes, which isn't bad. He's in, and fuel going on board. It is great to see people helping each other out. Yeah, that's not what I do. I basically just laugh, ha 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 ha, in the face of people. Don't really. That would be a horrible thing to do. Right, starting to open up the amount of people in the room. There is Moonshine running in 6th position, or it says 6th position. It's not actually 6th, let's be fair. Aaron from BCGT is back in the room. Aaron was running early doors and is now back for another session. Are they running to the end of this race potentially? And we still got Bobby Pat there. Bobby Pat is still our longest current serving driver, current on the track, of course. Some have run longer, but they're no longer there. Maybe he's not friends with me. I'm sure I accepted his friend request earlier. I could look. Check if you are friends with me, and if you're not, then I haven't accepted a friend request, and I will go and do it. It's my PSN, mate. Let me check. Hello, how you doing, man? It's been a while. It was good to see you earlier. Good to see you and know that you're well. Thank you, mate. Yes, I do hope to see you on track soon. It's been a while since we've seen you. What's my PSN? It's the name that I have that I use for PlayStation. It's BFER_ Urban Pirate with a Y instead of an I in the pirate bit, obviously. I'm pretty sure. I'm just going to check. Yeah, I already did it. I got yours earlier. I got one from you, one from Echo, and I did it. I accepted it. I thought I had done. So we've got a few more in the lobby now. Yeah, kids always make things a pain in the arse. I tell you, the best part of the broadcast was between 8 and 10 o'clock this morning when my kids were still in bed, and then one of them got up and it all just went horribly fucking wrong from there, really. Chill Stella is back on the track. Does have a 3-second penalty for crossing that pit line. Didn't really have much control over that because they were probably going slow. Money raised so far is, I can tell you exactly what it is, yeah. I don't think it's changed from the last time I looked, but hang on. Hold the line caller. You can see it there. £73, £732 right there. I've got it in big. There it is in big. £732 of the 1,000 target. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Great effort from everybody. Really, really impressed. It appears that Mike has stopped again. Yes, 732 quid. Well, according to his Twitch, he's still running. Let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Little bug, but he's sorted. Okay. So, it's Chilled Stella, finally back up and running. Mike Dredd. There he is, running in second. Well, according to this, he's second. He's not actually second. No one knows where anyone is now. We've all lost the idea of where people are. But someone will pick through it over the next 24, 48 hours and let us know where it all ended up. Yay, great! After rescue duty is back out and back racing again at racing speed. Bobby Platt, 43. That's a phenomenal performance from Bobby Platt. Moonshine, lap 3. We're starting to see some new guys coming in now, putting in some times. Bandit's on somewhere near, getting on for lap 30 now. He's been in the room for 2.5 hours. He's been running. We've still got plenty of racing to go. Half hour time will be, we'll have reached the 20-hour mark. How about 20 hours? So far, the record for longest stint is with a D-Dot. D-Dot did 12 hours straight without stopping. I mean, to be fair, I say without stopping. They did crash into a wall and face in the wrong direction at some stage. And I think they were on auto drive before it happened or after it happened or whatever. But they were crashed into a wall. But it's 150 odd laps they did before they finally went offline at just after 8 AM this morning. Wiggy came on at 3, did a 10-hour stint, was replaced by this guy we're looking at right now, Bandit, from Black Flag. That was that changeover was at 1 o'clock this afternoon. But we've got some drivers that have done sort of 2 4-hour, 2 5-hour stints. So there's plenty of people out there that have put in 10 plus hours into this wonderful event, and all credit to everybody that's done that. Credit to people who've made the donations, but credit still as well to the guys who have come in and put in a couple of hours here or there. To the guys that have throughout the night or throughout the time this has been open have seen what these guys are doing, seen that it's for charity, and made an effort, put it in the right car, do it in the right way, not mess around too much. We've had 1 or 2 bell ends pop in the room over time, but for the most part they haven't hung around too long. Aaron on lap 2's got his first or second now hot lap since he's returned. So all looking very, very good. I'll be back in 5. I just need to go and do a quick couple of bits. Talk amongst yourselves. have returned. I have. I had to eat something I hadn't eaten since, apart from a packet of crisps, I hadn't actually eaten since breakfast. So yeah, I wanted to have something because I'm not going to get much chance over the next few hours to do so. What we do is 10 to 4. In 10 minutes time, we will be at the 20-hour mark. How about that? The 20-hour mark. Oh, that is so cool. I don't know if anyone saw that in the chat, but Ben's daughter Poppy and her friend Jess have done a little lemonade stand today. They will donate the money they get. That is absolutely awesome. That is great. And do you know what? It's good to see that even kids kind of get it. Even kids want to get involved in this kind of thing. And I think it's good to generate a nation of people who are happy to get involved in charity in some way or another. Because I think it's important. You know, unfortunately, our government no longer deem it important to look after us in its entirety, despite the fact that we pay an awful lot of money to them. So you know, where charities pick up the slack, it's good that people have that kind of mindset that they want to give something back. You know, however small that might be. And I think it's an incredibly generous. And don't get me wrong, any amount of money is great, whether you know you're little or a lot. But I think anybody that's giving a little bit when they've only got a little bit themselves, for me that just feels more poignant. You know, the person that's got a tenner and gives a fiver of that away, for me means a little bit more than the person with $1 million that gives 10 grand away. Yeah, without those kind of big donations, charities wouldn't survive. But without the kind of altruism that those little donations generate, no charities would ever get off the ground. And it's those little things that make the difference. And I think things like that are absolutely wonderful. Anyway, enough soppy bullshit from me. Where are we at? Who we got out there? There's Wally. We've been with Wally for a while now, actually. Wally has now joined the room. Where's Wally? There's Wally. To be fair, that joke would have worked so much better if I was on another car when I did it. Anyway, moving swiftly on. There's Aaron running in the Supra, 9 laps on the board for him. Chilled Stella hits the magic 25. This is where the tiredness starts to set in. Your eyes start to ache from staring at the same piece of tarmac for a long period of time. Moonshine, lap 3. I'm sure Moonshine's been on the track longer than that. I could be wrong there. Mike Dredd, 25 laps from Mike Dredd, and of course we've got, if we so wish, boom, there's a little bit of Mike Dredd right there. 2 bits of Mike Dredd for your viewing pleasure. Yay grade also on lap 25. There's a few drivers now rocking their 25th lap in the Supras as well. Time for a bit. Do you know, I'm serious. I'm considering it because I've got those new beers that have arrived. To be fair, I haven't put it in the fridge yet. I had those new Hawkstone lagers arrive from Clarkson's farm, and I genuinely want to have one. But the problem I've got is that I've still got another 12 hours of broadcasting to do between now and 4 a.m. in the morning. Obviously, the rest of this, and I've got GTFusion, then GT Champions, and then more GT Champions. And I realise that if I start drinking beer now, I'm going to peak far too early, and it could go horribly wrong. I think I'm going to wait. But absolutely, Ben, you deserve one. You put in a massive shift today. Wooly, lap 4. Number 1 Pops is back with us. Welcome back, Number 1 Pops. I still cast doubt over the fact you are Number 1 Pops because my coffee this morning was in a cup that suggested that I was. So I think he was lying. Bobby Pat, 49 laps of Bobby Pat is the current longest serving member on the racetrack. That's concurrent driving. Yeah, there are other people that put in lots of time, but concurrent driving, Bobby Pat is the current track veteran. Bendit, not far behind that. Probably about 39 laps for Bendit, who took over from Wiggy at 1 o'clock. This and just approaching hour number 3 of his particular stint. There is the boss man, and he is rocking it in a van. What's going on there? Well, how cool is that? Loving it. Absolutely love it. And thank you very much for Black Flag Racing TV logo on the back of that. Let's get some. That is awesome. No offense, Mike, but see you later for a minute. We're going to get right involved in this. Look at that. How cool is that? Little tribute to those involved. Black Country GT, D-Dot Racing, and Black Flag Racing TV on the back there. That's awesome. That is so cool. Let's have a look at the side of this vehicle. I'm trying to use my mouse to drag the bloody vehicle when I should be doing that. That is really, really cool. Look at that. That is so cool. This bit, I very, very nearly bought one of these vans. Not that long ago, a couple of years back. I looked at one and very nearly bought it. And then I found out how much insurance was and changed my mind very drastically because it was a Japanese import, because you can't actually buy them in this country. They're Japanese imports. The insurance on it was absolutely ridiculous. It was a brilliant vehicle, don't get me wrong. It had TV screens and DVD players and all manner of mod cons and all kind of that in it. But yeah, the insurance would have been crippling. I would have had to sell my house just to pay the insurance. He did indeed, but that is really awesome. I love it. I love it a lot. Look at that. Really, really cool. Yeah, he did. He kept that quiet indeed. But as I rocked that one out. Samba, but no, I'm joking. Imagine when we did a 24-hour Samba bus race, like Nordschleife with times 90 fuel, or something equally ridiculous. A kind of original fit of Willie's Jeep, a tuned Willie's Jeep 24-hour race, and Plin Plan Plan. Is Plim Plan Plan in the correct car? I think Plim Plan Plan might be in the correct car, so I won't have to character assassinate them. Plim Plan Plan is indeed has read the room. So see you bellends that came in earlier, right, and didn't realise what was going on. This is what Plim Plan Plan did. Plim Plan Plan came into the room, read what was going on, saw what cars people were running, and then went in one of them. It's not rocket science, is it, my friend? No, it's not. You're right. Poppy, Reggie and Jess, big shout out to you. Thank you so much for your support all day. It's been awesome. The fact you've been watching me and cheering Daddy along has been absolutely brilliant. And thank you so much for your donation. And I hope you saw loads and loads and loads of lemonade. It's been brilliant having you watch me and having you as subscribers. And I promise I'll try to swear less because it's naughty. Don't do it. It's a very, very filthy habit, and I promise to do it much, much less. I do try, but I promise to do it much, much less. Thank you very much. My biggest fans, Poppy, Reggie and Jess. Who would have thought it? Me being nice to children. I'm only joking, I'm always nice to children. Particularly the ones that I birthed. Not personally, of course. I'd be very rich if that was the case. I do love that. I do love the idea that van is absolutely brilliant. And Ron finding his way through. Room's starting to fill up again, which is brilliant. And it'll be good for the final 4-hour run to have a nice full lobby, even if it is people that are not fighting for any particular championship. No worries, man. No worries. Absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Anything to keep them happy. Happy children are less annoying children, I find. And good bragging rights for them at school on Monday. There's Aaron coming into the pits. There is Plin Plan Plun. Thank you for acknowledging what's going on and putting the right car on. You could have got a livery. I'm only joking. See what sort of time is that Plim Plan Plum can chuck out. Aaron jumps into the slot that Ben previously occupied, and assumes his fastest lap as a 4:02.186 as Hulky returns. The return of the Hulky. So a lot of people that started this journey some 20 hours ago, as we have hit the 20-hour mark, and I was actually going to prepare a little thing for the 20-hour thing, but I forgot. In all honesty, have I got? Let me have a look, see if I've got anything to celebrate it. I'll tell you what I have got. There is. What have I got? What have I got to give away? I haven't got very much left to give away. Black Flag Racing TV keyring. It's pretty much all I've got left. If you can tell me what this is the theme tune to. I should probably do this first. If you can identify that, there is a Black Flag Racing TV keyring with your name all over it. Well, actually, you won't have your name all over it. It'll have Black Flag Racing TV all over it. But you can have one anyway, if you can identify that theme tune. Awesomeness. Right. How many we got on track now? We're up to 11 on track. We've got a couple in the pits. What car is this guy going to come out in? Are they going to come out in one of the correct motors? That would be good. It looks like he's in the Mazda, although the Mazda does look very, very different. Is it the correct Mazda? That's the question. Probably not. So Hulky is now joining us. Hulky's on his out lap as Biggie is. Thank you very much, Benny. But you guys already had one. You can't have another one. But yes, it was. Do you know the irony is, right? I've done that in. This is the 6th lobby now that I've played that in, and it's the first time someone's actually got the answer. So I was beginning to think I was the only person that ever watched that show. Genuinely thought I was the only person that ever watched that show, but it turns out that you did too. Thank the world for that. Anyway, right. Aaron, 11 laps in, plun, with a crowd say bowl selector. From Hispaniola, came in, read the room, got the correct car, and is free to continue without the same abuse that I gave that French div earlier. Chilled Stella is on lap 28, starting to show some time. And here we go, there's the Muppet. There is someone deserving of some absolute Muppetry. Where is he? Where is he? Who was it? I literally just saw someone driving at speed in the wrong car. I think they've left. No, she's swapped that out for a fridge magnet, mate. It's your boy that's got the keyring. You got a keyring and a t-shirt. Your boy's got your missus has got the fridge magnet. I'm basically just have to send a massive parcel to the Midlands of stuff in for you, haven't I? I'll whack another one in for you, mate. Don't worry. You can have a Black Flag Racing TV keyring. I've got part of it, to be fair. I'm going to start dishing them out like wildfire. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. So Aaron is out there. 4:02.186 for him. So that actually is his own hot lap. He hasn't stolen the one that Ben put down. Plun. On a hot lap right now, he's in that Supra. Awesome. Chilled Stella in the Supra is on the Racing Soft tyres. Last lap was a 44.3. That wasn't the greatest of laps. There he is. There's the bell end. Let's call this absolute wank puffing out, shall we? I keep forgetting the kids are on. Sorry, mate. Don't say naughty words like that. But this guy is one of those things that I just called him. Hi, Poppy, how are you? You my biggest fan. I promise I'm not going to swear anymore, sorry. Tell me off the swearing because I've been very, very naughty. think that was relatively polite enough. Yeah. Yeah, the Space Echo, while the Space gets jumped in, my friend, if there's an issue, obviously someone will be in touch. Yeah, so that idiot has just been given a message. Are they going to acknowledge it, or are they not? And then I have to rip them a new one live on YouTube. And anyone that's done something stupid during this entire broadcast, like come in a room and ignored very obvious messages to what's going on, and then stayed in the room doing something other than what they're supposed to be doing, I'm going to take that little... Oh, he's gone. Bye-bye. I'm going to take that footage of them, and I'm going to turn it into a very short video, and entitled I'm an idiot and I can't read, or something equally stupid. But something that basically character assassinates them, as Aaron decides that the black stuff in the middle with the white lines on it is not the bit that he wants to drive on, that actually what he'd like to do really is to hit a wall. And I'm very sorry, my friend, but you can't park that there, mate. Back in a sec, because someone's just banged on my door. Oh goody, some random stuff from Amazon. I don't even know what it is. Shall I have a look? Let's open some Amazon packages live on air. Apparently that stuff's really popular on YouTube. I'm not going to show you what's in it. Oh, it's a new drip tip for my vape. I was about to say what the missus has been ordering, but actually I think I ordered this stuff. Yes, a new drip tip for my vape, because mine's gone. Mine's a bit old. And some new glass, because I managed to break, right, so I have the same bit of glass on my tank for months. And I managed to break 2 litres of glass in the space of an hour. So I knocked my vape off the desk and broke the glass. I replaced the glass and then promptly dropped my vape and broke that new glass. So I've had to buy some more because I've got no more spare glass. But there we go. The punishment for stupidity is you have to buy new glass. So I bought myself a drip tip. There we go. There's my Amazon packages done. That was a bit boring, really. Don't smoke vapes, kids. It's not good for you. Don't listen. Pester away. Hello, Jesse. How are you? You did the lemonade stand. That is awesome. What tank have I got? I've got the Smock Uji flippy thingy one with a V12 coil in it. Yeah, I've got the Smock Arceus mod, and then the Smock tank. Yes, hello Jesse. I hear your lemonade stand was really, really awesome. Keep it going. Sell lots of lemonade, and then one day you'll be a millionaire and you'll be able to buy a very small shed at the bottom of someone's garden, because house prices will be out of control. Right, let's have a little rundown of who is here. And Jess and Poppy and the rest of you guys, do not repeat any of the bad words you've heard me say, because they're very, very naughty, and I'm a very naughty boy. But yeah, don't repeat any of the naughty words you've heard me say. And I apologise to the parents for the occasional one that slips out when I don't mean to do it. Yeah, I've got Mike's live Twitch. Do you want to see it? There it is. It's right up there in the corner. I turned it off because I was on another website, but I can put it back. There we go. Yeah, it's an old school beast tank, Jacks. The reason I don't like these little vape pens and stuff, because the juicing's not very good. I don't like the power of them. I like lots and lots and lots of smoke. I gave up smoking, actually. I've given up smoking a couple of times, but I actually gave up smoking properly at the end of the year. So basically, I think we smoked our last packet of fags about 3 or 4 days after Christmas, and we kind of threw it away, and we sort of stuck to the vape. Or so I stuck to the vape. She's been cold turkey and shouted at me for about 2 weeks until she got over it. But I was stuck to the vape. I need something. But I quite like the fact that everyone thought I was quite obnoxious by smoking cigarettes, and I quite like to stay obnoxious by smoking a vape with a very big cloud. And my view on vapes is this, right? I quite remember, if everyone remembers when the smoking ban first kicked in, and everyone was chucked outside pubs, and everyone just said how intimidating, a big group of burly builders, all standing outside a pub, all smoking, looking really menacing, right? But vapes have changed all that, because now you've got these big groups of burly builders standing outside a pub looking menacing, but they smell like strawberry muffin. And how can you be menaced by anything that smells like strawberry muffin? That's do you know, it's hard, no, don't get me wrong. Oh, Nick Salt. I haven't tried Nick Salt's actually, Jack, so I do want to give that a crack. Someone suggested it to me a few weeks back, actually. So I do want to, I'm going to consider giving that a crack. But I have my sort of go-to juice. So I have a couple of bottles of go-to juice, which I buy on a regular basis, and then I get one new thing a month that I try. And sometimes it sticks and it becomes a go-to juice, and sometimes it doesn't, and it goes into the cupboard of juices never to be smoked again. £9.57. That is amazing. Poppy and Jesse are absolute legends. Everybody stop right now, because Poppy and Jesse have raised an incredible £9.57 for this charity. They are absolutely brilliant. Well done, you two. I'm sure you're very proud. I'm sure your parents are very proud as well. You are amazing. Thank you so much. All the work these guys are putting means nothing. What you guys did was very important. Well done, guys. Well done. SL, I've just seen your message. You gave us smoking in Jan and started vaping. You took to buy a pack of bacca. There is this occasional yearning I have. I'll tell you what it's worth. Sometimes I get up in the morning, I make a cup of coffee, and I'll stand in the kitchen, and I kind of, and when I'm on autopilot, I open the door, I let the dog out, and I'll go out into the garden, and I'll go and grab the packet of fags and realise that we're not doing it anymore. And then I get that little yearning, and then I kind of suck on the vape like it's the last bit of oxygen on the planet. Thank you very much, Reggie. I'm glad that somebody enjoys it. That's what's important. And actually, if you're doing YouTube videos, it's great if you're doing it for one person or 100 people. If you enjoy doing it, you carry on doing it, because that's what's really important. I'm glad you're doing it as well. And one day you might be a mega rich YouTuber, and you can go and pretend to be a boxer for more money. Because that's what they do now, apparently. Echo Meister going a little bit squirrely there. We are here to talk about some racing, I think. Yeah, we are. There we go. Who got on track? We've got Aaron is out there on lap 14, coming into the pits, change out those medium tyres and repair some damage. There is a bloody van. Indeed. We'll check out the bloody van in a minute. Well done, Reg, as well. We know you did all the work. Hope the girls didn't hear that. Chilled Stella is lap 30. Running with Hatterlad back out there. Good to see Hatterlad back in the mix. Very quick, Hatterlad. That's the best job of all the jobs, Reggie. Drinking it. Let someone else make it while you sit there and drink it. That is literally the best thing to do with lemonade. Echo Meister on lap 2. Good to see Echo back. Waldy finally in the room, settled into the rhythm now on lap 9. Mike Dredd, there he is up in the top right hand corner, and there for your viewing pleasure. His own Twitch is a little bit behind, because Twitch loves a bit of a delay. Jaegerade, lap 30, properly settled into this race now. Number 1 Pops. He's not number 1 Pops. It's not true. I've got a cut that proves it. Bendit. Bendit is he's not on lap 20. It's just there because he accidentally exited the room. He's actually 3 hours 15 minutes into this stint. He took over from Wiggy, who had done a 10-hour straight 10-hour straight stint, and he came in to go from 1 o'clock, and he's going to run this to the end, which will be pretty much a 7-hour run for Bender. Good showing from him. Another black flag driver. Of course, our black flag drivers are always very good. You made them and he tasted it. Well, that's the way to do it. You make it. You get someone else to taste it, because then if it doesn't taste very nice, then they're the ones that have to suffer, not you. That's the way to do it. And he ate cheesy chips. I love cheesy chips. Cheesy chips is the reason that I'm fat. You've got to eat vegetables as well as cheesy chips. So don't eat them every day. They are very nice, but make sure you eat some other stuff as well. Lager Llama is lap number 2 back out on track. Been sitting in the pits for a while, having a little rest. And Nugget, I've got one of my daughters. She's 15. She doesn't eat hardly anything at all except nuggets and pasta, pretty much. She's an absolute nightmare. I don't know why. All my other kids eat normal food because they're not weird, but she's a little bit weird, and she just eats nuggets and pasta. There is a few other things she eats, but mostly nuggets and pasta. But nuggets are good. Depends where you get them from, though. I don't like McDonald's nuggets, but I do like some of the. I do like other nuggets. There are other nuggets available. Thank you very much, Jesse. That's brilliant news. Another £20 donation. I will have a run through where we're at, actually. I am acutely aware there'll be other donations coming in from other sources, afterwards. But we'll have a look at the running total in a second. And we can't forget to include the £9.57 from Jesse, Poppy, and Reggie helped a little bit. Lager Llama, as we said, is out on track again. There's Hulky on lap 4, starting to get settled in. And of course the big man himself, and he's the only one allowed to drive a different car. That van looking pretty darn awesome, and we're up to 13 in the lobby as we go into the final stages of this 24-hour race. Noz, read the room, my friend, read the room, don't be stupid, read the room. Okay, I'm going to try and insult you without swearing if you don't. Let's see how that works out. So let's for a minute, let's say goodbye to Mike Twitch, and let's say hello to the current total. I do need to refresh the page first. Right, Boomshenka. There's our current total. That's the current total that's currently online, £732. We can't forget there's £9.54 to add to that. That takes us up to £742. There's another £20 coming in as well. That takes us to £762. That's a phenomenal amount of money, guys. £762 from essentially 48 people. Well, 40. What we say? There's Jesse, Reggie, and Poppy are 3 people. So that's from 50 people. Bearing in mind that we're in a difficult time for everybody. Everybody's up against the wall money wise. We're all struggling. The cost of living is through the roof. Shopping costs a fortune. Gas, electric, it's all costing an absolute fortune. We're all struggling. To raise that kind of money for a worthy charity is brilliant, guys. And let's not forget why we're doing this. Young Lives versus Cancer. Click Sergeant is an incredibly important charity. A charity close to my heart as well. My own son was. Look, you may have heard the story. I don't want to tell it anyway. My own son was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia when he was 2 years old. He's now 24 and he's grown up and he's fine and he's healthy. He's got a great job but he won't move out, which is a bit unfortunate. But then we live in London, so basically my kids are going to live at home until they're 50, or we die. One of the two, whatever happens first. But Click Sergeant, the thing about Click Sergeant that's very important is they don't really get involved with the treatment side of things and all that kind of thing. What they do is they help you with the emotional and the mental and the financial side of the difficulties that that cancer can bring, and that is so important when you're dealing as a child or a young person, and the family of that child or young person that's dealing with a cancer diagnosis. It's so important. So thank you so much. Every single penny that you have put into this charity absolutely matters. And Jesse, Poppy, and Reggie with their £9.57. Brilliant. Thank you so much, guys. I don't know how many times I can say thank you until I don't sound genuine anymore, but I am genuinely genuinely touched. I'm genuinely touched as well that the BCGT kind of approached me and asked if I wanted to be involved in this. And to be honest, I was happy to broadcast this. I was a little bit worried that 24 hours on a broadcast was going to be a little bit stale, a little bit rubbish. And to be fair, it's been quiet throughout the day, and I've potted around and done bits and pieces. But I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool, and even if it's something that sits on YouTube that gets revisited every now and again for people to go, look at what these guys did back then, I'm all for it. Thank you so much for being involved. Anyway, that's enough soppy for one day. 13 in the lobby, and of course, we've got 12 in the Super, and we've got in the Super or the MX-5, and we've got one in that brilliant van that's just pottering around, chucking some advertising out there for all to see. There's Aaron chucking some laps in, 15 laps, nice and settled in. Fastest lap thus far for Aaron is a 4:04. A 4:021 is his fastest lap. That's the current one sitting in this particular broadcast. To be fair, you guys will probably see something else on the screen because the lobby's been open a lot longer than the stream has been active. But since I've been in the room, it's a 4:021. I think there's a 3:30 on the board somewhere that was chucked in by someone, not in the correct car, hours and hours and hours ago. We are 20 hours and 23 minutes into this 24-hour Le Mans-a-thon. That's what I'm going to call it. It's a Le Mans-a-thon, and it's been wild, I'll tell you. Chilled Stella, 32 laps in. That's a good innings. That. Hatterlad, lap 5, we'll start to see some quick time. Hatterlad, I can tell you, well, I suppose you DDR guys will already know, that Hatterlad's pretty darn swift. Even on a pad, Hatterlad is very, very swift. Echo Meister, there he is. 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 Never gets old. Never gets old. Is running in... who knows what position, but it says 4th. We'll say you're 4th. That'll do for now. Doing all right. Fastest lap thus far, 4 minutes 12. That's probably about my pace. So maybe one day when I get on track, we'll have a little race, shall we? If anyone wants to see some shenanigans actually at this track, I did one daily race, or actually I've done 3 daily races this week at the Mons. One I did on Thursday or Friday. I think it was Friday. It was Thursday. I did it on Thursday, and I made a video of some of the absolute tomfoolery, shall we say. I don't know if the kids are still watching, of the F-tardery that went on during that race. And it's called Dicks of the Days, and you find it here on the YouTube channel. Do give it a watch later on if you want to. And I can bring actually, I should bring Mike back, shouldn't I? Because I've done the... Let's get Mike back in to the top corner. Anyone else that is broadcasting, I will stick you also on the screen. Why is that not working? It's bringing his name up, but it's not bringing the rest of him up for some odd reason. Hold the line, caller, while I fix this this problem briefly. Okay, I broke it. I've managed to break it. No, I haven't. There it is, fixed. It's done. There we go. Fixed it. Yeah, so if you are live on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook Live, or there are other streaming platforms available, send me the link and I will plock you up next to Mike Dredd, up there in the corner, probably in the opposite corner actually, on the left hand side, so people can see you racing personally. Waldy is running 5:51, quickest lap for Waldy, on his 11th lap, 10th hot lap. The chat is up and running, yeah. Let me jump in, hang on. Hold the line, caller, while I jump across and do that. Let me turn the video capture volume down so I can hear something. Discord, open. Boop, 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 boop. Commentators Tower. I might need to just make sure that's on. I think it should be working now, mate. It should be working now.
Yeah, is that better? Yeah.
I can hear you. You are live. Do not say swear words.
Okay. Well, I'm going to see if this might not work now. Right there.
If he dances for me, I'm going to shut this stream off and run away. I didn't know he was listening. No, Echo, you can't. The only reason that the Biggie's in the van is because it's Biggie's show and he can do what he likes. You can stay in the Supra and the MX-5. Maybe on the last lap we'll let people go in stupid cars, we'll see. Noz 59000 is about to get called out for being an idiot. I like this. Actually, I think this is my favourite bit, is calling out Muppets that can't read. Let's type to this. Funny enough, how many times has it been a Frenchman that hasn't been able to read or kind of work out what's going on? Oh, my typing's awful. What's going on? There you go. Message sent. Bye Jesse, bye Poppy, thank you so much for your donation. That is fabulous. You're brilliant, you're awesome. And Reggie as well, of course, not to forget Reggie. Has Noz seen the message? Can Noz read? Has Noz noticed that every car on the track is not the same car as the one that he is currently rocking? Which is that, to be fair, it's an awesome car, but it's gonna, and he's already messed with the fastest lap. Typical. My name's Noz, and I'm from France, and I go into rooms where I can read what it says, but I do something completely different because I'm an absolute melt. And sometimes I chase girls into their bathroom. Idiot. Anyway, of the non-stupid people on the track, we've got Aaron in the Supra on lap 17, 4016. Is his fastest lap thus far. Not that stupid 3:36 done by Noz, because Noz is an idiot. Chilled Stella 4032, currently on lap 34. His fastest lap is 4032. That means much more than the 3:36 done by Noz, because Noz is an idiot. Hatterlad has done a 4040. He's running in the Supra, he's on lap 7. And guess what? He's not an idiot. Guess who is? Noz. Echo Meister is on lap 5 in that Supra. 4 minutes 12 fastest lap thus far. And guess what Echo Meister isn't? Yeah, that's right. He isn't Noz, because Noz is an idiot. Waldy. Waldy is in the Supra. Waldy has done a 4:05.1 as the fastest lap and is out in the Supra on lap 13. And guess what? Waldy isn't. Waldy's not Noz, because Noz is an idiot. Mike Dredd. Up there in the top right hand corner and there in the centre of your screens right now. He's on lap 34. He's putting a bit of a shift, he has. And you know what he isn't? He isn't an idiot, because he isn't Noz, and Noz is an idiot. J-Grade. J-Grade is in the Supra. A lot of Supras on the track now, actually. Looks like the final push towards the end is going to be in the Supras. So J-Grade in the Supra. He is his fastest lap. I don't know what it is, but it's been pretty quick. He's on the soft, so he should be putting in faster laps now. But he's done 34 laps. And you know what? He isn't an idiot, because Noz is an idiot. And Wiggy's back. Welcome back, Wiggy, for that final push. Hope you were rested. Wiggy did a 10-hour stretch, and he's had literally probably about 3 hours sleep, and he's already back in the room. He's in the Supra for that final push, tucked in behind Noz, and Noz is an idiot. Wiggy, do you know what, Wiggy? I will donate 20 quid if you get close enough to the back of Noz, or when he comes past you, if you nudge that stupid French git into a wall. Number one Pops. Number one Pops is on lap 10. He's in the MX-5. And do you know what Pops isn't? He isn't an idiot. Lager Llama. Not a good idea to give lager to llamas, apparently. Mostly because it's expensive. And secondly, because apparently people don't like that. He is on lap 5. He's back in the room. He's been in the room a couple of times, but he's back in for this final push to the end. Bendit's still in the room. Wiggy's just coming to finish off that stint anyway. So Bendit's there. He's it says lap 2. Well, he's in the Supra now, actually. So I think he's come in on his own accord, which is awesome. He's done. To be fair, he's done 3.5 hours. From Bendit, so good performance from him. But Joe, he's not Noz, because he's not an idiot. Hulky. I really want the kids to leave so I can say what I really think. Hulky. I don't really know, because you can hang around. I'm going to say really naughty words later. Hulky is DDR driver. He's in the MX-5. He's on his 7th lap. This is his 3rd stint, I think. And do you know what Noz isn't? He isn't Noz, he's an idiot! And Big of course is in the van, and he's definitely not an idiot. How about Sinelli? Sinelli is also apparently an idiot. So let's see if Sinelli can read. Let's remind that other idiot as well. I'm not even going to beat around the bush. I'm putting it in caps because sometimes people need capital letters to demonstrate that they're an idiot. So we hit the 21-hour mark on the time. It's not 21 hours though. We know that. It's about 20 and a half hours. It is 4:35. This race will continue right through to 8 p.m. this evening, when we will crown a. We won't crown a champion because we won't have a clue. We won't have a clue for a couple of days who's won this race until we've gone through the footage. But we will obviously catch up at some stage and find out who is where and where is who and what is what, and so on and so forth. Them gonna nudge him. Yeah, I think they should nudge him into a wall first. Not Noz has read the. He's read the thing finally. Yeah, he is apparently though. He's an idiot. Look, I know this is going to sound racist. I don't mean it to sound racist, but in this 24-hour period, there's been a number of different people that have come in the room. There actually seems to be a lot more French people than anything else. But it's mostly the French people that have ignored the messages, ignored what's going on. There's been one French guy that was brilliant, and he came in and absolutely did the right thing, went and got a livery, actually came back and spent some time in as well, which was brilliant. But it's mostly French people that have just been stupid and messed things up for everybody else. And I'm staying with Aaron purely because he's, I think, the 5th driver today to run out of fuel. So well done, you. Well done, you. Yeah, he has left now. I can't put the audio on because I'm scared that Mike Dredd might say something that gets me cancelled. I don't want to be cancelled. I'm going to turn you off for a minute, Mike. No offence, but I just want to do something first, and I don't want to risk you saying something that might. Why is that still playing? It shouldn't still be playing. Hang on, hold the line caller. Oh, I know what I've done wrong. I need to. I suppose I could just, if I just do that, that actually solves the problem completely. I've solved the problem. Don't worry about it. I could have just used my brain. There we go, sorted like a peanut. Yeah, so now I can safely do this. Aaron.
I crashed. You crashed? How are you coming fast?
You're not coming fast, you ain't got no fuel, mate.
I crashed.
And Aaron put his foot down, so...
Everybody strap in!
Or not.
How dare you?
So Aaron getting past many times because he's going very, very slowly because he ran out of fuel. Right, anyway, who else is in the room? Hatlad's back. I don't know what happened, he disappeared. But Hatlad now with DTR has returned to the room. Aaron's run out of fuel. Chilled Stella. Guess what he's doing? He's putting fuel on board. He worked out that if you go into the pits before you run out, you get to carry on going quickly. Echo. He's on lap 7, running well in that Supra. Where's Wally? There he is, right there, from DDR. Good to see all the DDR drivers coming back in. It's been a bit of fun, good bit of fun, isn't it? Good bit of fun. Mike Dredd, they're up there, of course, in the top corner as well. Lap 36, that's a good innings from him thus far. He's really been chucking some time in. Jaegerade on lap 36 also. He is wearing, as him and Mike Dredd, Reportella. Let's find out if Reportella can read. They're almost half a lap apart, Jaeger and Mike Dredd. Nothing going on between them two. There's Wiggy back in the room. Straight away to 4:03.6. Can he emulate his earlier hot laps in this Supra? He did do in that early stint a 3:58 something. So just wait and see if he can emulate that again. Now he did 10 hours. If he runs to the end now, that will be a total of I've got to do some math. About 13 and a half hours of racing out of 24 that Wiggy's done, and yeah, absolutely going to be shattered at the end of this. I doubt we'll see him in Fusion, which is straight up after this, of course, but you never know. Number 1 Pops. He's pretending to be the number 1 Pops. He's not. He's like number 2, maybe number 3, because I know at least 2 other Pops that have that have cups that say they're number 1. Lager Llama. What's the thanks for? Did he crash him? Or was that thank you because he's leaving? I don't know. Lager Llama's back on track. Lap 7. He's starting to get into the rhythm. He's one of the few drivers still in that MX-5 and there's Bendit now in the Supra, getting to go past people now. He was in the MX-5 for over 3 hours, so now he gets to go a little bit quicker. Why is Discord beeping at me? Who knows? Who knows? Listen, if you're in the BCGT charity event Discord and you are not on track, or you are on track and you want to get involved in this conversation for the last few hours, there's a commentators tower thingy there. Come and join me. I've got it completely open now, so come and jump in when you like. You surprise me if you want. That'd be quite fun if you just jump in and surprise me. Although I might have to disappear for about 10 minutes soon. So Wally has left us, but thanks for joining us, Wally. Where is he? He's gone. Of course he is. Bendit in 11th place now. He's in that Supra. I don't know who that was wide of him. There's Hulky from DDR in the MX-5 also. In the van, of course, that beautiful van. Really cool little piece of kit. So that is, and of course, love the liveries on the side. Kind of thanking everyone that was involved in this. Although all I did was basically broadcast and shout at people. Not much going on from this side of things. What car's he in? Not the correct one. Seriously, it's almost as though people want me to shout at them. And guess what? It's another freaking Frenchman. That was polite, wasn't it? Polite enough. Yeah, so, as if to reinforce my earlier comment that Frenchmen don't read, there's another one. With the only exception being, I can't remember his name, begins with a G, but he's been in it a couple of times. And he actually went and, not only did he get in the right car, he went and found a livery that was associated with what we were doing, and then spent some time in it. So, there's a distinct difference. He's probably in France, but he's English, but he's based in France. Because I get the impression that Frenchmen are quite arrogant. To be fair, I already had that impression before this race from pretty much every interaction I've ever had with a French person. Hatter lad looking pretty racy now. He's back in the room. So we got Supra, Echoes in the Supra for Waldy. Supra for Mike. Has he run out of fuel? Has Mike run out of fuel? Oh, he hasn't. He was just going slower than I expected. Jaeger, Supra, number 1 Pops. He's not in the Supra, he's in the MX-5. Lager Lama MX-5. Bendit is in the Supra. He is stopped at the side of the track. Why are you stopped at the side of the track? Who knows? Let's ask the question.
You can't park that there, mate.
You crashed over doing it. I admire you crashing into people on purpose when they're not supposed to be here, but give them an opportunity to see after they've got the message to see if they go and get the car, because some people do. Not many, but some people do. But thanks for that, Echo. Bullying people on my behalf, because my words are not hurtful enough. Hulk is in the MX-5, and of course Biggie is in the van. But yes, another. And he's there. He's got in the Supra. Respect to that Frenchman who can read and has enough respect to do what he's supposed to. Well done. Good job, my friend. Good job, Ripotella. Do you know what it is? Because he's actually got an Italian name. Ripotella 12. I'm never, ever pretending to be Italian again. So, it is 4:45 in the evening. I think it's time to have a little recap, shall we? Bye-bye Mike's Twitch for a while. Not necessarily too long. Wrong one. That's what we want. Let's do a little update on how much money we have. I'm going to read out the thank yous after I've brought it up on the screen. I've got too many windows open on my computer. I've been playing around too much. Right, so there. Oh, that's the. I'll tell you what I need to do. Watch this. Here we go. That's where it should be. Boom shanker. You'll see that? So there we are, £782, starting to creep up. So big thank you to Jen and Stu through Scotty. £20 with their £5 gift aid, that's brilliant. Poppy, Jess and Reg with their £9.57 and their £2.39 gift aid from the lemonade stand. Awesome work, guys. You're the best. You're better than everyone else. Stephen Faulkner also through Scotty, another 20 quid with the £5 gift aid. Thank you so much. You have no idea. Well, maybe you do have an idea. But how important this money is going to be to Click Sergeant and Young Lives versus Cancer. Absolutely no idea. It's absolutely brilliant work from you guys. Thank you so much for everything you are doing. I've just shut off the commentator's tab for a bit because I'm going to have to disappear for 5 minutes, but I'll be back soon. Not yet, not quite yet. I'm going to hang around for a couple of minutes, and then I've got to disappear for 5 when I will be back. Messages coming through. Who are they from? Uh, 2 minutes, guys. Just going to put it on mute. You know, sometimes when a message looks really important and you want to put all your concentration into reading it, and it turns out it was a waste of time. I've basically just had 30 seconds of my life robbed from me by a really official-looking message, or an email. A really official-looking email was essentially someone telling me something I already freaking knew. Yeah, don't be in email chains about any sort of business matters, because generally people abuse it because they're stupid. Because they feel that after you've had a conversation about it on the phone and the thing's been done, that they have to repeat it somehow in an email because it makes it different. Right, who's new in the room? We've got one extra that I didn't expect. Let's have a little look up through the list, shall we? No, everyone's there. It's Ripotella still in the room, of course, and in the correct car as well. Thank you very much, Ripotella, for respecting the room. Good job. Good job. We are just 10 minutes away from 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock marks 21 hours of racing. And some of these guys on the racetrack have already put in more than 12 hours on this track. Some have put in a little bit less, but equally. I don't think anyone on this track has done less than just a couple of hours, pretty much. So awesome performance from everybody. Really impressed. Really impressed with all of you. I've done a lot more than 4 laps, but obviously, obviously, like everybody knows, he had a disconnection which chucked him out. So he's back in. So we've got a lot of DDR drivers back in the room. There is Aaron from BCGT. And I do love the way that there's the colour contrast, the same, but almost the same livery, but slight colour contrasts between these different BCGT cars. It shows significant effort has been put in to getting them done. There's Wiggy, trademark orange film, of course. That colour is known as Wiggy orange or Warrange for What am I? Who am I trying to convince? It's not called Orange. You know, it's not called Orange. Chilled Stella. That's actually his real name. His name is Stella because he's a fella called Stella, but he's always just kind of leaning to one side. That's why his name is Chilled Stella. Riportella. I was going to be really rude then. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be nice because he's actually made the effort to fit in with the room, so I'm going to be nice. Echo. That joke never gets old, does it? Never gets old. Where is he? There he is. There's Wally. Although, to be fair, this is a predominantly British group, so it's Wally. It's not Waldo, is it? Thank you, America, for taking something fun and giving it a stupid name. Jaegerade. It's like Live Aid, but you send Jaeger bombs to starving African countries. What the fuck am I doing, man? No. I'm definitely things that see. This is the problem when you leave me alone in a room with a microphone. And ask me to just to talk. Random stuff comes out of my mouth, and one day I'm going to get fully cancelled. I can't believe I just liken the name Jaegerade to Live Aid, and yeah. No. To be fair, I actually don't care. It's my YouTube channel, I do what I like. Can't stop me, you're not the boss of me. Number one pops. As the light starts to fade, we should see. Actually, it should start to turn light as the race completes. Or will it? I don't know. I haven't really been paying that much attention. Llama into the pits to repair some damage to the rear of that car. Bendit in the Supra. Some damage to the front of the Supra. Seems to be crashing more in the Supra than he did in the slower car. Maybe it's a speed thing. I was trying to work out what part of the racetrack that is, but I think it was just the angle made it look different. There is Hulky, another DDR driver, chucking in some nice solid times on those medium tyres. Not bad times at all in that MX-5. And Biggie, of course, in the van. He's only done 7 laps, but that's because this van takes absolutely forever to get down the straight. But awesome performance there. Right, I said I got to disappear for 10 minutes. I really do actually have to disappear for 10 minutes. I was going to leave you on Biggie, but I'm not. Let's leave you with Wiggy. Can't you see? Right. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, which will be about 5 past. At the latest, 10 past 5. I have returned. I have returned. Thanks for hanging away for me. Yeah, right, let's have a little looky see who's about and about and about and about and about. Hatlad's still in there. Eighth lap of Hatlad's stint this time round. I had put a few laps in beforehand, but I think got disconnected. Is back in the room. That 3:36.7 is not attributed to Hatlad. Hatlad is not French. Luton Town boy. And last time I checked, Luton Town wasn't anywhere near France. Just put his teammate properly into a wall. Where is it's Pops? Pops absolutely melted into the wall there. When MX5 meets Supra, something really special happens. When a mummy Supra and a daddy MX5 love each other very much. What is going on between them two? Is there something going on between them we need to know about? Do we need to find these guys a room? Because it's going off between them. It looks like Hatlad is actually going to be pushing Pops along a little bit. Now Hatlad makes a move. And off goes the Supra. Pops slowing down significantly. And the reason Pops is slowing down significantly because there's a lot of damage. Losing about 15 miles an hour down that straight. That's quite a lot. Is Daddy out there? Where is Daddy? Let's find him. There he is. Daddy is racing again. He's back in the car. He's in that Supra, running till the end of this 24-hour race. We've just passed the 5 o'clock mark. That means there are 3 hours left to go. 21 hours down, 3 hours left to go. This is the home stretch, people. This is the home stretch. And I want to take this opportunity, because I forget. I probably won't forget, because I've got to find 3 hours to fill stuff in. Thank you everyone who's been involved, from those who've come in and done an hour or half an hour or whatever, right through to those absolute machines who've been putting in 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hour stints to raise money for this absolutely fabulous charity. I think I've banged on enough about what the charity is all about and how special it is. I don't think I need to, do I? I still might. I still might 1 or 2 more times bang on about how special this charity is. Quick reminder of where we are in terms of money raised. There we go, £782. That is absolutely amazing. No, really, I don't want to sound contrite when I say it, because I genuinely think that we're in a time when everyone's skint. No one's got any money. I know there are some people that do, but mostly everybody's skint. And for the most part, people have come in the room over the course of this 21 hours so far. Thank you, Poppy. I've known that for a long time, and I'm glad that other people recognise that I am the best YouTuber on the planet. All I need now is another couple of million subscribers, and then I can retire and pretend to be a boxer, like other YouTubers do. £782 raised, and I don't want to sound contrite, because everyone's skint. So to be able to give 20 quid, 10 quid, 5 quid, I mean, even the kids, Poppy and Reggie and Jessica, managed to raise a tenner in lemonade, and they gave it straight to charity. Now there are kids out there that will take that tenner and they go to the toy shop or they go to the sweet shop and they spend it on themselves. But these guys have donated it to a very worthy cause in Young Lives versus Cancer. And I do want to say, Jackson, Ben, your kids are an absolute credit to you. An absolute credit. I've got friends and family that are teachers, and some of the horror stories you hear, and some of the kids I see around this way, it makes you wonder about the quality of parenting. And then you see kids like yours and the way they act and the way they are, and you think actually they're an absolute credit to you. So good job, guys, good job. We're getting all period. No, seriously. But 782 quid raised for a really worthy cause. But it's not just the money that's important, because if you think about the amount of time that people have given up to do this, that, you know, people have given up hours and hours and hours of their free time. You know, we all have to work longer and work harder to pay the bills. So not only are we freeing up some of that hard-earned money to give to as worthy as cause to give to a cause, we're giving up the little bit of spare time that we have in between earning this money and working hard to give back to a charity, and that restore. I've got quite a dim view on humanity in general, right? People that know me quite really know that I generally expect people to let me down because I think that's what people do. But this has really restored my faith in humanity in general and made me realise actually people aren't all that bad. There are some absolute melts out there. And these people need to be told on a regular basis that they're melts because I don't think they realise it. But as far as there are some absolute melts, there's some amazing legends, and I'm surrounded by some. I mean, I've got an amazing bunch of guys surrounding me at Black Flag. They're incredibly generous, incredibly amazing guys. You guys at BCGT, equally you care about things that matter, and are prepared to give up things for yourself for other people. My newfound friends at DDR, I mean, obviously I know Hatlad, but the new people I've seen here at DDR putting in their time. Even the guys that have just popped in the room, just found a random room and jumped in and thought, let's get involved. And have, you know, there's been some that haven't embraced it, but there's been some that have embraced it and made the effort, gone and found the livery, you know, spent a couple of hours charging around the track. Just to make it a bit more fun and a bit more interesting. And everybody all the way through, massive credit. But I mean, a big chunk of credit has to go to Biggie himself for kind of chucking this all together. You know, it was a lot of it's been lastminute.com, but that's, you know, that's the nature of some of the best things are kind of loosely planned and then kind of it'll be all the night and we'll just blag it and see how it goes. It's been awesome. Everybody that's contributed to this in some way has been awesome. From the people that have come and kept me company on the live chat with a bit of banter and kept things going. That's been awesome as well. And obviously thank you to all the new subscribers, because obviously in order to chat you needed to subscribe to the channel, and I want to thank you for that. And I want to apologise again to Ben and Jax for introducing your children to words they probably wouldn't ordinarily hear on a regular basis, and hopefully they don't use them too much at home. But no, thank you to everyone. I'm going to stop being soppy now because it's ridiculous. Right, let's have a look. Who's our longest running currently on track? And by that I mean the person that's been on the track for the longest period of time. That is still there. So 9 laps for Hattalad, 26 laps for Aaron. That's some really good lap. Listen, I've got five of my own Jacks at home. I mean, to be fair, my oldest is like 24, 21. How old are my kids? 24, 21, 19, 15 and 8. So they are a bit older. Obviously my foster daughter's 24 as well, she's moved out. So I'm used to having lots of children and things around me. It really doesn't faze me in the slightest. And kids are great because, you know, they make you feel good about yourself on a regular basis. They also make you feel absolutely horrible, but often make you feel good about yourself as well. There's Wiggy. Wiggy has done 11 laps in this stint. That man's a freaking machine though, because he did an hour, then he went to sleep for a bit, and then he did 10 hours. And I thought he was done. I thought Bandit's going to come in, he's going to cover for him, he's going to run to the end of this. Yeah, it's hectic. It is hectic. You're absolutely right. It is insane. If I'd known then what I know now, would have had 5? Probably not. But you know, I wouldn't change it for the world. Well, not today. I wouldn't. Maybe another day. It might be a different story. Yeah. Anyway, back to Wee. So he did 10 hours. I thought he was going to go for a sleep when Bandit come in, and we'd maybe see him later on, maybe for an hour or so. But he, with about 3 hours rest, straight back in, and he's determined to go to the end of this. So there's that little bit of competition. We know that he's got that bit of competition, and he wants to win it. But he, you know, he's a very, very giving man. That sounded so weird, didn't it? Obviously not in that way. He's yeah. Let's just shut up, Andy, before people start questioning your sanity. There's the big man himself, who's chucking it around in a proper car now. He did a few laps in that van as a tribute. No worries, Wally. Thank you for being involved, mate, and yeah, all the best. Have a good weekend. If you're bored later, I'm going to be broadcasting a number of things today, so come and join me if you so wish. There's Mike Dredd. We've seen his we've had his Twitch stream up. I'm not going to stick up the corner anymore. I might actually need to because it's quite dark. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. Actually, because I want to show you something. Because you can see here if I can get it operational again. Bear that in mind. So let's do that. Just make sure that's all working. Jump back to there. There we go. So this is the view actually. No worries, Echo. Thanks for getting involved. And you've been in our Discord long enough. It's about bloody time you started racing with us, mate. Just hanging around like a creepy stalker. Come and do some racing at some stage. Everything you need to know is in the Discord right there for you. Right, so yeah, so this is the view from the front of Mike Dredd's car. Yeah, it's not too bad when you're going in a straight line like this. You know, you get quite a good view ahead with the light. Brake points are a little bit harder to pick out, particularly coming up to this chicane right here. You'll see in a minute as you come up to it. Get it changed down. Get the gear in. Sneaky. You're right. You are a little bit. But you can see that the visibility can be very, very tricky to deal with. Sorry, bear with me a sec. I have returned, sorry, my family have just come back home from the park and I've just discovered they booked a holiday without me. Rubbish! It's alright, you guys can hang around with me instead. You're my new friends, you're my new family.
Are you only because we didn't invite you on holiday?
I'm glad you didn't invite me on holiday, I mean you're going to leave me alone for a week.
At least feed the dog, mate.
You don't take the dog with you.
No! Where is the dog?
In the garden, I think.
Harley!
Oh, you love it.
I'm gonna miss you.
Right, anyway, as we move into the final 3 hours of this race, Hatlad still out there 10 laps in to this particular stint. Aaron 27 laps in, also in the Supra. A lot of cars now have switched, a lot of drivers now switched to the Supra, just because it's the quicker car and it's a good way to finish out. Wiggy, he's going to be one of the, yeah, it would be good. It would be really good, Wally. He's certainly going to be a possible shoo-in to win here today. Well, over the last 24 hours, but it's going to take a little while to pick that apart and find out just where everyone finishes in the end. But he's back in that Super and showing phenomenal, not just phenomenal pace, but phenomenal stamina to have gone for as long as he has. 4:01.6, his fastest lap thus far. Biggie is back out there. He's in the Supra now as well, I think, to finish out this race. Mike Dredd, you can see him up there in the top right hand corner as well. Bendit, he switched from the MX-5. He did 3.5 hours in the MX-5, covering from Wiggy. Chilled Stella just leaving the room, as was Echo. Bendit now switched to that Supra to get some hot laps laid down. There's Ben. He's back in the room. He's in the Supra. His lap times are around 4 minutes 10. You can see right there, 4 minutes 10, which is not too shabby in the scheme of things. Number one, Pops. He's back in the MX-5, one of the few cars on the track still in that MX-5. I'm clearly enjoying that car though. He's used the car a lot today. 19 laps he's put on the board. Laga Lama. I don't know why I say his name so slowly, like I've been touched in the head. 15 laps he's put on board. He's also in that MX5. Hulky, also in the MX5 for DDR. His fastest lap is somewhere in the mid 43s ish, there or thereabouts. He did have a couple of slow laps, an 8 to 24. I'm assuming he ran out of fuel at some stage there or stopped in the pits for something. Jagerade in the pits. I can't believe I likened Jagerade earlier to Live Aid and suggested he said he's of alcohol down to
Yeah, Haven, it's like.
down to some starving kids. That's probably the wisest decision. But there we go. Right, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Hello guys, very sorry, got held up with a few bits and a very quick meeting I had to get through, which just went on far too long. Right, we are back, and you know why we're back. We're right at the end of what has been an absolutely fantastic 24 hours of racing, and I can tell you right now, let me just bring this up so we can all see just how fantastic this has been. We are just 30 minutes away from the end of this absolutely awesome tournament, and this is where we sit. £807. What a phenomenal target to reach. Everybody has been so awesome doing this. Thank you, everyone that's given even a pound, €1, whatever you've given. It's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for all of your donations. Particularly I want to thank every single person that's been involved in this event. We'll go down the order of who's still on track. We've got some of the old faces on track for the end of this tournament, but everybody that's raced in this event, whether it be for an hour or for 20 minutes or for half an hour, whatever, right through to those who have been doing this for hours and hours on end. We've got people like Bobby Pat there, Wiggy. I think Wiggy's put in something like 15 hours into this race. Ben's put in 8 or 9 hours. Aaron, Lager Lama, everybody has put in an absolute massive shift. Bendit came on at 3 o'clock. He's been in pretty much since then. Absolutely awesome. Hulky's been in and out. Jay, he did something early hours in the morning. He's come back, even though he's part of Team. That's the beautiful thing about it. So Team Wiggy was basically Wiggy, and Jay was involved in there, and Bennett was involved in there. But those guys have embraced this so much. They've carried on staying involved, even though Wiggy's back out on the track. Dread's out there, Pops is out there, Jaeger's in the pits at the moment, but everybody's been really involved, and it's been absolutely phenomenal thing to be involved in. You've got a member of the White House family here watching the last hour. For a minute when I saw White House, I thought, the President of the United States. I suppose that's showing how tired I am. It's been fabulous. I hate to say we're getting emotional. It has made me a little bit emotional thinking about how much people have supported this, because, as I've said right from the start, how important Click Sergeant was to our family when it was needed. So the fact that people have embraced it and have got really involved and have been happy to put in so much time, and let's face it, I know I've broadcast pretty much all of it, but I haven't put in as much time as a lot of these guys. I've disappeared off and I've had to sleep, and I've gone and potted around the house and done bits and pieces, but you guys have kept me company when I have been here, and it's been phenomenal. So this is where we're at. Bobby Pat's out there. Bobby Pat on and out lap. He's been in for a little while, been out for a little while. Just finishing off this race now. Wiggy, here's the mental thing, right? So Wiggy has done, he did an hour, then he went off, and then he came back and he did 10 hours solid. Then he's come back again and he's done another 43 laps. He must have done 230, 240 laps, and it will be really interesting to see at the end of this all. And sorry if people are leaving the party, I was in a little meeting. As people, once we've worked out what laps people have done, I think we're going to find there's people out there that have done well in excess of 200 laps, and it's been phenomenal. Ben, and thanks very much to your kids. Have really embraced this. To be fair, my kids have just been like, boring, still doing that. Your kids have really got involved and really embraced it. All of them in one way or another, and that's been really brilliant. Aaron, you've been in there, you've been racing, you've been in and out. Everyone's given their little bit all the way through, and we're just as we sort of move into this last half hour, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of waning in pace. Everyone's still giving it right through to the end, but the credit's got to go to this guy right here. In the official. The official championship van, the work to go in to get something like this off the ground in the first place, it's a nightmare. You know, I can speak from experience of getting any sort of tournament together and getting people into one place and racing. It's not the easiest thing to do, and then to get them kind of unified behind one idea again is something very, very difficult to do. But he's done that, and he's got different teams involved. Obviously, BCGT have been heavily involved. We've had a few Black Flag guys involved. DDR have been really heavily involved and in a big way, and then to have other people come in and get involved as well, even with singular laps and bits and pieces, it's been absolutely brilliant. And I think he should be incredibly proud of getting this together and what's achieved. And I mean, over 800 quid raised, which is just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And it's a very, very worthy charity, and every penny means something. So thanks to D-Dot, they've been here all day. Thanks to BCGT, who've been here all day. The guys from Black Flag that have got involved. Everybody that's kind of done this has been a phenomenal 24-hour period. And I think a few of us have met some new people along the way and maybe made a friend or two. Who knows? It might be tomorrow we'll be like, oh, that tosser, can't believe I'm still speaking to him. No, but genuinely it's been brilliant, and I think we've seen some good racing. We've seen some people getting their head down and getting the laps put in, and have we seen loads of overtakes? No, we haven't. Have we taken the mick out of some people who've run out of petrol? Of course we have, because that's what's happened. But I think overall, everyone can say that they've had a bit of a blast, and I know everyone's going to be tired and probably a bit grouchy, and they're going to want to go and have a sleep now. But I think overall, everyone can be really proud of what's been achieved here today over this last 24-hour period. Fantastic effort from everybody involved, right from 8 o'clock yesterday evening right through to now, essentially, with what we said 7:36 in the evening, and so we're 20 minutes away from the end of this race, and we can see the live timing clock there just ticking past the 24 hours. We've got 20 minutes, and when we get to 24 hours and 20 minutes, we can safely say that this has been done and dusted, and everyone there. I'm hoping that everybody kind of catches up to the back of Big for the last lap, and maybe I don't know if we can get this organised. Have we got time to get it organised? That for the last lap, which should be in about 15-20 minutes time, that everybody kind of tucks in back behind that van and just does a last kind of parade lap, because I think there's a couple of teams that have been kind of in it from the start. That was Jay coming in very hot there and nearly turning that van into a big pile of carbon fibre, but he didn't. But no, great all round. It's been a pleasure to be involved in. Apologies I couldn't be involved for the last sort of hour and a half. I've had a couple of bits I had to get done. I don't know what else there is to say really. I've talked a lot over the hours that I've been involved in this, a hell of a lot, and mainly it's just to thank everybody. I don't think there's anything much else to be said following this. It's been fabulous, really, absolutely fabulous. Chilled Stella chilling out in the pits there, as is Grade. Number one Pops finishing off in that MX-5. He spent a lot of time in that MX-5. Clearly a fan of that car from DDR. Mike Dredd, we've seen a lot of Mike Dredd, obviously with his onboard Twitch as well, where he's been streaming himself. So we've got to see it. We've got to see it from two points of view: from this camera point of view, and from onboard with him in that car. 78 laps from him in one stint. 78 laps anywhere is hard. 78 laps around a circuit that's 4.5 minutes long. It's incredible I was going to say contemplation, but I meant concentration. My brain is fried, absolutely fried. Jay jumping in, and bear in mind that some of these guys have got other races to go on to from this. I know Jay is he's going to have a 2-hour race ahead of him in starting about 1 o'clock this morning, so still plenty of racing to go for a lot of people. Hulky good performance from everyone, and some of the lap times have been phenomenal as well. You know, it's not been one of those races where the kind of aliens have kind of dominated everyone and disappeared. It's been quite balanced over the course. You've got one or two that have been obviously super quick, but I think the format has allowed it to be a flow, and it's not put anyone under pressure to kind of push too hard. Because it's been, while at the beginning I was a bit sceptical about it being done as a practice run rather than an out-and-out race, and then I kind of realised it's easy to get people in and out if it's a practice run rather than a race. But actually it's made massive sense, because there's not been this kind of sense of I'm in first, I'm in second, I'm in third, I've been lapped for the 20th time, anything like that. It's just people getting in there, getting their head down, doing as many laps as they possibly can at the pace that they possibly can, but not really being too concerned about who on the track they're racing. You know, when they come up against another car, there's always been that little bit of element of competition, which you would expect, but it's all been very, very fair. We've seen people run out of fuel and people sacrifice lap times to push them around and get them kind of punted back towards the pits so they can get that fuel on board. We've seen people, you know, crashing into each other and then waiting for that car to get back on the track and move on, and you know, it's been brilliant, absolutely. The epitome, actually, of sportsmanship, the epitome of working together and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's been really, really cool. And the liveries have been pretty darn awesome as well. Good performance there from Bendit as well, who's got really, really involved. But you know, back again to the effort this man's put in to get this off the ground and get it running. It's been something very, very special indeed. Just going to have a look and see. No, there is no. It's a shame really that I can't hang around for too much longer after this is finished and kind of recap on it all, but needs must. I have to jump straight off and do GTFusion straight afterwards. But we, as the clock ticks down, it is essentially 19 minutes, I think, until we're done, and that's all. A lot of people have been very involved. It's a shame actually we haven't got an entirely full lobby just to finish this out. I think Jaeger and Chilled over the next 20 minutes you just edge onto the track and finish with everyone driving. I think would be cool. And then obviously we'll wait a couple of days and find out how people fared. Because, you know, at the end of the day, it is a race. There's got to be a winner, I suppose. The other people I want to thank, of course, are all the people that were involved in, at some stage over this 24-hour period, in the chat and the banter across the broadcast. Because, you know, at times, the thing about broadcasting is sometimes, particularly when it's a long event like this, you've got everyone's in their chat and kind of chatting away and having their banter and racing, and sometimes you're kind of on your lonesome doing the broadcast and kind of talking to, essentially I'm talking to a screen in front of me. So to have people out there interacting and kind of keeping everyone motivated is really, really cool. And the fact that everyone cares about making sure that the money gets raised has been really brilliant. But it's £807. That's where we're currently at. We didn't reach the £1,000 target, but that doesn't matter. You know, the important thing is that we raised some money, and listen, 800 quid is a really, really good target of money to raise, considering that's only from 51 people. And some of those are children, like young children, who've embraced this just as much as us oldies have. And families as well. That's the thing as well. Is this, you know, with a lot of and let's face it, a lot of other games, you don't get as much support from the people around you, from your families and that kind of thing. Not the kind of level of support that we've seen from people. I know it's the. I would love to be able to sing it over the stream. The problem is I happen to know that someone did that on a broadcast and got hit with copyright protection by the management of the band that wrote the song. Even though he didn't play it, he didn't use any of their footage, he literally sung the chorus and got copyright infringed. And it would be an absolute fucking travesty if this got copyrighted out of YouTube. It would be. This is something that's. Is anyone going to sit through 24 hours of streaming on YouTube. I very much doubt it. I don't think many people are going to watch much of this ever again. But the fact that it's always going to be out there for people to see, and you can say, what did you do that weekend? I was involved in a race where we raised 800 quid for a very important charity. Oh yeah, really? Yeah, here it is on YouTube. Look, that's me. That's my little. That's the thing that I did. I think that's pretty cool. And I'd like to think we've introduced the future of sim racing in Poppy and Reggie and Jesse. I think I'm hoping one day we'll see them out on track when we're really, really old and we can't walk anymore and we can't operate the pedals, so we have to go back to using a pad. But we can't do that because we've got arthritic hands because we're too old. Those guys are the future, and we can watch them tearing around the track on our behalf. Talking, and obviously then it will all be virtual reality headsets and all sorts of madness. Who knows how games are going to develop in the future. Yeah, it's been awesome. Been awesome. I could pick a drive. See, I'd sort of thought about halfway through it'd be really cool to pick a driver of the day and say that's the driver. But I don't think it's fair to do so. I think that everybody has put something into this, and everybody's input has made a difference and made it what it is. There's people that of course have stood out. In fact, most of the people on the track right now have stood out for the monumental effort and some of the amount of time they put in. Bobby Pat and Stargroot and Ben and Aaron Lagalama, Biggie of course, Bendit Hulk, they've all put in significant hours into this race. Kurichan, we don't even know, but look again. See, someone's come into the lobby and immediately embraced what we're doing, got in the right car, and people have done that throughout the evening, and I think that's one thing that's really stood out for me. There's been two distinct type of people that have joined the lobby. There's been people that have come in, have clearly seen what we're doing and just gone and done their own thing anyway, not respected what's going on. But there's been a handful of people, like Kurichan's doing right now, that's come in, that have seen what people are using, have seen that it's a charity event. They don't know whether it's an hour in, 10 hours in, 15 hours in. They don't know how long we've been doing this for, but straight away they've come in, they've got in the correct car, and they're embracing this for what it is, and chucking their car around the track and being involved, which is awesome, of course. It does have Bobby Pat down as the fastest lap, but I think the fastest lap actually goes to Wiggy with a 58.1, I think it was, or 58.2. I don't know if it's still up on his screen. Let's have a look. No, Hatterlad, back at you, man. Well, firstly, it's been good to see you again. It's been almost a year since we last saw you, and if you are interested, you and the DDR guys, I don't know if you remember, you raced with us when Black Flag first started. We had our Black Flag bullshit tournament as a commemoration of a 1 year of Black Flag. Coming up in the next month or so, we will be reviving that Black Flag bullshit tournament, but in a different format. Hope to see you again soon, Hatter. Reggie, how are you, Reggie? Are you alright? It was good to watch it. Absolutely, it was good to do as well, Poppy. Hope you enjoyed everything. Hope you enjoyed the day and selling your lemonade. Yeah, hopefully that'd be good. Don't watch any of my late night ones. It's very, very, very rude. I don't put the filter on that I've been trying to put on all day for you guys. But keep an eye on the post. There'll be something arriving soon for you guys. So as we see it out, just about to head into the final 10 minutes. 10 minutes essentially means we've got a couple of laps left. A couple of laps left out of the hundreds of laps we've seen today. Just a couple of laps remaining in this brilliant format tournament. I could work out exactly, I suppose it would take some time to work out exactly how many laps. I'm not going to do that now, but it's been a phenomenal 24 hours of racing from everybody. Even those that have spent most of the night sleeping like me. Nothing personal. I just I'm old. I need my sleep. I've got so many messages coming through all over the place for so many different things. I can't actually keep up with the Discord. Who else is just so annoyed with Discord? Is such a complicated, and I think an overly complicated system to manage. I think, but you know, it's what it is. Who else we got? Anyone new joining us? No, Chilled Stella, Jaeger, they're still in the pits. There's Pops. Pops is on lap 43. You two. I'm sure it's bedtime for you guys soon, isn't it? Mike on lap 80 laps for Mike. Without a break, and he's been doing that streaming himself from his live view as well. Jay, 11 laps from him. This is his second stint. Did a stint in the early hours of the morning just to give Jay a little buffer before Jay came on at 3 a.m. This will be his last pit stop. He'll get some tyres on and then disappear out for what will be the final few minutes of this race. I think the final lap by the time he comes out. There is Hulky. Yeah, it's been all right. It's not been too bad. Bendit, putting a phenomenal shift from him, especially considering that he's got a race this evening with the GT champions as well. He's been on since 1 o'clock, came into cover for Wiggy, and then when Wiggy came back, he just stayed on track, which is a great effort from him. The man himself, of course, in the van itself, finishing this off in style. I think we'll stay with the big man. You have to save some for me. If I'm ever in your neck of the woods, I will come and get some of that lemonade. And it's absolutely fine. I'm kind to most people. I'm not. I'm only horrible to French people mostly. It's been a pleasure. And thanks for joining me, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. So who do we think overall has probably taken? I mean, for me, I think it's going to be a toss-up between Team Toe and Team Wiggy for the final result. I think I could be horribly. Of course I can. Big shout to Jax. Thank you very much for your patience. Yeah, I think it's going to be it's going to be a toss-up between those two. I think they were very racy from the start, duking it out, especially in that first hour and getting the laps on the board. And I think they've been the two constant throughout. That said, some of the DDR guys have been pretty solid, and I think it might be a surprise or two in there. The DDR guys kind of split up a little bit more between them. As Bobby goes flying almost into the back of Big as he comes through, but still looking at going quickly. Although, unfortunately, mate, I'm very sorry to say, but you can't turn the car there because
You can't park that there, mate.
no, you can't. He's got his car back on track now. It does show him as first. He's clearly not first, but he'll take the accolades in this particular session. Ben said going to do the 24-hour race and do a lap of honour and do donuts and shit. I'm going to stay as long as I possibly can. The problem I've got is I've got a world championship race to do starting out bang on 8 o'clock. So luckily, because it's one of the Black Flag guys hosting the lobby, I'm going to kind of slide in late and just get cracking and pretending that I wasn't late. But it is what it is. Unless they're going to pay me for my time, which they're not. I arrive when I arrive, fashionably late. The charity is infinitely more important than those guys are. Who's that message from? People still jumping into the pits, which, bearing in mind we've nearly finished, probably don't need to do at this stage now. It is the, I'm not going to sing it, the final countdown, as it's all nearly done. I can't share to you what's just been sent to me, because it's a little bit rude. But it sort of ended with that's what she said. Which keyboards which would be useful. So Bobby Pat on some nice fresh tyres, I suppose ready for donuts at the end. Full tank of fuel. Maybe doesn't realise that it's nearly done. There's Wiggy, lap 49 of this stint, which is I'm sure I'm trying to work out how many laps he's done in total. It's so difficult to have kept track because it's been over 3 stints, but essentially I think we're looking at somewhere over 200 laps. It's certainly in excess of 15 hours that he's been driving for. So I'm wondering if, I think Wiggy may have done more hours than anybody else in total. Although the longest single stint still goes to D-Dot, who did 12 consecutive hours from 8 till 8, which is just insanity. Absolutely, I can't imagine sitting over 2 hours and doing a race, let alone sit down for 12 hours and doing it. Not without getting really annoyed or throwing something. But yeah, some people are much more patient than I. Just as darkness starts to descend on the racetrack, what a fitting way actually to end as the sun goes down over the Le Mans racetrack in France, and the darkness comes upon them again as the end of the race. And I think everyone's hoping for darkness so they can shut their eyes and go to sleep after this big effort. And there is, I think, blocking the start finish line for the end of this phenomenal 24 hours of racing. So everyone now coming around to finish up the final lap of the race here at Le Mans, as what has been a monumental 24 hours at Le Mans. One of the best, even including the real ones. You can see them all start to come around now. They're going to pile up very soon at that start finish line at the very end of this tournament. Where is he? There he is. Someone missed the memo and decided to carry on. To wait for the last few to come through and cross this line, and then I'm going to have to disappear and do another broadcast. and here they all start coming towards the start finish line, and we'll start slowing right up. What has been a great day of racing, and normally we use the expression day of racing for a race that's been a couple of hours, but this is an actual proper full-on day of racing. There's some of the cars, and they're trying to find a little bit of space to do some donuts. A little bit too grippy, aren't they? They need tyres that have been worn out really to get the perfect donut. I'll tell you what I need to do. I need to get this view if I can. I don't know if I can do it. How I can get? No, I can't get that view there. No. Look at that. There we go. There's one for the, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, I'll turn all of these off. And turn that off, like that. And go like that. Look at that, let's get that as a screenshot. Awesome. Listen, I'd love to hang around, but I've got to go. Thank you so much for being involved in this event from beginning to end. I've been Owen Pyatt, this is Black Flag Racing TV with Player versus Cancer, and thank you so much, each and every single one of you. It's been emotional.
It's Friday night, and the drinks are on my mind. The decision sets in, one that will churn your skin. Love is right, let them have their time. And I have this notion, let's keep these wheels in.
Good evening, race fans. I'm Pirate here, Black Flag Racing TV, and we are straight into what is going to be an awesome race here in GTFusion 2023. This is round number 2, and we are already to get cracking. If I can find the correct button, that is. Maybe I have to do this manually. There we go. Hold the line collar while I get rid of the lobby screen here. There we go. Qualifying has begun. Apologies for being a little bit later than I usually am. Have been doing a 24-hour race for Young Lives versus Cancer. Which took me right up to the point at the beginning of this race, but we are ready to get cracking. We're brought to you by Next Level Racing, Princelino, Polly Words. This is GTFusion round 2, Group I. We're in the Alpha Giulia GTAM 2020, and we are at the fantastic Spa in Belgium. Let's have a run through of all the runners and riders we have got in the room this evening. We've got the Beck 67 from France in that funny little two-tone BMW. Sorry, Alpha Giulietta. HKRT Thanos from, of course, HKRT Racing Team. And behind him is Canados, his compatriot and his teammate, Timoris of the Gran Turismo Greek community. Formerly HKRT, now GTGC driver. Timoris have raced with all of those guys. Thanos, Canados and Timoris. Can be fun to race against. Very laggy though, I will say that at this stage. Mike E from HRT and Poland, he is out on track as well. Jaro BMW, why has he got BMW in his name? Because he's driving a BMW maybe. He's from EES, from the DC team, Peep X. I don't know if you pronounce it Pepe or Pete, but it's Peep X. From Italy. Monty, haven't seen Monty for a lot of people I've raced with in this group. It's almost though they are stalking me. Monty from GTBE. Good bloke Monty, I haven't seen him for a while actually. Rozzy from Poland, he's out there as well, as is of course from Black Flag, Stormfly. There was due to be another Black Flag driver driving, but unfortunately he was handed a not entirely. Well, there was an incident in the last round, and a penalty was awarded. Actually, the penalty was given to the wrong driver, and the penalty was aimed at him, but given to the wrong driver. But he's serving the penalty as per the rules require, which is why he's not racing this evening. So we've essentially got the 10 runners out there. We're going to do an on-board with Stormfly. 3-second penalty there to serve. That won't affect him though, because this is on the current outlap. Couple of key corners here. Obviously the bus stop chicane, very key corner here at Spa as always. Slipstream very important as well. You want to utilise that slipstream as best as you possibly can to give yourself the best possible position available. Stormfly serving that penalty, that will take him round and down to the bus stop chicane. Hopefully it shouldn't compromise his qualifying. The cars are behind him, of course. So round he'll come into the bus stop chicane, then we'll go on board and we'll show a lap around Spa, which is an absolutely iconic racing circuit here in Belgium. So here we go, you cross the start finish line, it takes you down to La Source, turn 1 here at Spa, and you're looking for that 50-metre board, which is where you're starting to think about your turn in. Very deep into the corner there actually. Gets back on that power though, and heading up towards the very cool I just wonder why there was some weird chat coming in. Don't worry about it. The very cool Radion at Eau Rouge, and then up the Kemmel Straight, which is where you can gain quite a lot of time if you've got the right amount of slipstream and close enough to the car in front. You can also gain some really cool positions there into this little right-left combo at the top of the hill before you start curling around, and it's just a little lift to get your car turned before you're back on the power again to a very big braking zone, to this big right-hander. And it's agonising coming around this corner because it's ages before you can get on that power, and it's only a short blast before again you're braking, getting it turned left, and then heading down the hill for this one of the best corners in any racing circuit for me, because you're essentially powering through what's quite a big left-hand turn, flat out, letting the car drift nice and wide. Very different corner though in the wet. You'll find that when it's raining, going off your line there even a little bit, and you are disappearing off into oblivion. Head down under the metal bridge before you come into Blanchimont, which is another long flat out run, taking you past those houses on the left hand side, and it's flat out all the way down to the bus stop chicane. And you can flick it these two turns here, both left hand turns, you can take both of those absolutely flat out with the right tyre conditions. You'll find there that he just has to lift for the second one, just because he hasn't quite got the grip underneath the car at this stage. But he's going to cross the line, and we're going to get a representative time for him. So across the line he goes. Boom, that's all the laps set. So Stormfly on pole, that is a 2:13.5 for him. Thanos joins him on that front row from HKRT, Greek driver, half a second behind him with a 2:13.7. Row 2 is Canados, also from HKRT, also a Greek driver with a 2:14.3, and Mike from Poland from the HRT team is a 2:14.9, just half a second slower on row 3. He's joined on row 3 by Monty, an old friend of Black Flag, racing for GTBE, and there's only 6 thousandths of a second separating him and the Polish driver just ahead, a 2:14.932 for Montovar. Timoris from the the Gran Turismo Greek community team, third of 3 Greek drivers in the lobby this evening. 3 Polish, 3 Greek, a couple of British, a couple of Dutch, and a Frenchman. Nice splattering of European drivers. A 2:15.7 for Timoris. He's joined on row 4 by Yarrow of Poland. 2:16.0 for him. The Beck from France, very interesting colour scheme on that car. 2:17.2 for him. And Pepe or Peep or Pepe X, whatever his name, however it's pronounced, the Italian driver from DCT, brings up the rear with a 2:20.0. So that's how we look so far. Nobody yet has improved on their time. Everybody's fastest lap, bar Monty, who improved by about 0.5 of a second. Mike ahead of him, he's improved by about the same amount actually. He's again still 6 thousandths of a second quicker. But everyone pretty much has set their best time as their first time. Stormfly yet to set a second lap time. He's going to come around now and do that. Can he improve on that 2:13.5? That's put him on pole at this point. Thanos, closest man to him, is 2.5 tenths behind him in terms of pace. It's a 10-minute qualifying session, so there's going to be one more shot at a lap. Stormfly crosses the line. Doesn't improve. Well, he does improve, but it doesn't register as an improved time because... well, no, it doesn't register as an improved time, but Thanos has done a 2:13.127, which is an incredibly quick lap. Very, very quick, in fact. He's almost 2 tenths quicker than Stormfly to take that pole position in this very, very cool Alpha Julia, I think it's happening, Julia. So that's front row, Thanos and Stormfly. Row 2, Rossi and Canados. Rossi splitting the Greek drivers apart before Thanos puts himself onto pole. Mike from Poland in 5th. Monty joins him on row 3 from the United Kingdom. Timoris in the pits changing out his tyres. Not sure that's the wisest idea, bearing in mind that he won't have time to set another lap now. So that for him will be his final lap. Jarrow in 8th. He's got the Beck in 9th place and Peep is in 10th. So Thanos still on pole. Can he improve in this time? This is his last opportunity to do so, as qualifying will be finished very, very shortly. 0.2 of a second is his current lead over Stormfly on that front row. Very, very key to get a good start here at Spa. Of course, the one big problem you've got is that if you're out in front, you get no slipstream, no help up the Kemmel Straight, no help around Blanchimont, no additional pull from the car in front because it is you, and you can quite easily lose that position very quickly, giving up slipstream to the car behind. So Stormfly vying for one last chance. That's not going to be improvement on his lap. That's not how you take the bus stop, and loses a bit of control there. So it looks like Thanos is going to take pole by the looks of it. Crosses the line. There he goes. It's a 2:12.6. That's a phenomenal. He's getting quicker and quicker, Thanos. Really laying down the gauntlet. And we know that HKRT very, very diligent in their practicing for every GTFusion competition. Every single one. They put in significant time and effort into their setups and getting the car just right for these GTFusion races. Stormfly Down now to row 2, Rozzy, with a significantly improved time for him, a 2:13.2, putting him on the front row and putting our host this evening, Stormfly, down to the second row. And that's a spin from, I was going to say it's a two-car spinning because it's two different colours, but actually it's a multi-coloured car. And that's a car of the Beck. And we can get a little closer actually, so look at the car here. And there we go, so all down that side, all nice and orange and very summery. And then the other side of the car, almost a completely different car on that side. Interesting colour scheme. I do like it though. It's not entirely rubbish. Some significant work has gone in to that particular livery for TGTF. Of course, everybody has their own cars. I did win another spin actually from the Beck. Really struggling to get that car working for him. Currently 1.4 seconds down from Yarrow of EES. And their livery is very similar to their liveries in the last round actually. We do find that most of these drivers tend to have a kind of livery theme that kind of carries through from race to race. GTGC driver, all the required liveries on there. It looks very much like it was designed by a specialist. Then we've got Pete, the Italian driver, for DC Team, going for the red, white and blue, with that kind of little bit of a green tinge to denote, of course, the Italian influence there for DCT. Old friend Monty, old friend of Black Flag, has raced with us on many occasions. There he is currently on row 3 for GTBE, with Mike just ahead of him on row 3, the Polish driver. A very, very cool livery for HRT there. Canados, of course, the HKRT, very, very distinctive livery. You can immediately pick out HKRT livery. They all follow the same common theme. Another HRT there from Mike, because he's busted himself up onto the second row of the grid. Rozzy back down to row 2 as Stormfly puts in an improved time with a 2:13.2. But not quick enough, couldn't get enough time out of that car to usurp Thanos, who's going to take pole here with a phenomenally quick lap time. In fact, the only driver to go sub 2:13 in this qualifying session, with a 2:12.6. That is a very, very hot lap, and it's going to take some beating that qualifying time. To be fair, it's going to take some real beating to do. So they've got 7 laps out of qualifying. It will be over when they cross the line here. This is the last we're going to see of these cars for qualifying, and we'll go straight into the first race of the evening. There'll be 4 races, 4 different time zones, 4 different settings. It looks like we were missing someone from the room. No, to be fair, I was a little bit late. If he arrived after me and I was late, then he was definitely late, because they were literally waiting for me to get in to start qualifying. It was actually starting a little bit later than I think they planned to. Coming up straight after this, we move straight into World Championships across the other side of the pond, over in the United States. Well, it's not just United States drivers, of course, but it's the GT Champions World Cup, and we're on to round number 5, and that will be at Brands Hatch in the phenomenal BMW M4, which on its, listen, you put that up against any other GR4 car, you're probably going to be struggling a little bit. You put it up against a like for like, it's a great car to drive, that M4, and I'm looking for some really good racing in GTC. And that Stormfly's absolutely right. He did wait for him. Well, to be fair, he can come into race number 1, but he can start from the back of the grid. Absolutely, fundamentally agree with him. The one thing I found about a lot of hosts in GTFusion is there's a lot of faff and waiting around and farting about, and it's unnecessary faff, really. You're here to race, get in, do your races, job done. None of this kind of hanging around and waiting 20 minutes in between each race and all that kind of thing. So there we go. New record, done 2:16 for Who was that just crossed the line? Mr. No, I think it was the Beck, but not enough for the Beck to improve his lot, and he does start at the back of the grid. Very well said, Stormfly. Absolutely spot on. Be on time. It's not like you didn't know when the races were. I'm the broadcaster. I'm allowed to be late. To be fair, I could have jumped in halfway through qualifying and still started the broadcast. So we're ready to go. Just got to wait for the clock to tick down. And of course, because we've got someone in the room that hasn't qualified, it's going to take an age to do so. But there is your pole sitter, the Greek driver HKRT Thanos, and he will lead everyone out for this first race here at Spa for round number 2 of GTFusion 2023. This is one of the biggest GT champions, or GT World Champions, or championships, should I say, in the modern day. Been running now. This is its 15th season, the longest running GT championship available to anyone. Even predates all of the FIA championships and the official race series. This has been going since the very, very dawn of online and LAN competitions, and still going strong after 15 years. It's based a little bit different. It's based on an ELO system, which is to do with it's how you perform against your peers. So if you perform better than those with a higher ELO, you get a much bigger gain, whereas you will lose. So essentially, so you gain ELO from the cars behind you, and you lose ELO from the cars in front of you, and depending on how they fit within your ELO, whether they're higher or lower than you start off, depends on how much you gain or lose. You beat cars with a better ELO, you get a much bigger gain. You lose to cars with a lower ELO than you, and you lose so much more. You nick wrong, I don't know what that means, but yeah. Yeah, what does you nick wrong mean? You know, translate that. Paput from ATR arrived late. There we go. But there's your qualifying results right there for all to see. Thanos from Mike on the front row, Stormfly and Rossi row 2, Canados and Monty on row 3, Pepe and Timoris on row 4, row 5 is Jarrow and the Beck, and we'll get that photograph so it's it can be shared for ELO purposes. So set the grid by host, so the later rival Paput can be included within the race, and this just exacerbates things a bit and kind of drags things out longer than it needs to, in all fairness. So there we go. But we're at Spa, we're in the Alpha Giulia GTAM 2020. 11 runners this evening. I think we're expecting 11 as well, which I mean, it's good that we've got a full turnout. It would have been nice if they'd all arrived on time, of course. Now, the first qualifying session does have a bearing on your ELO, so the fact that Paput showed up late is going to have a big drastic effect on his final ELO scoring after this event, because the quality of your qualifying in this first qualifying does have a bearing on that. What does it mean, banned restart? I don't understand what that means. Yeah, explain yourself. It's really annoying when people write things that make no sense at all, but yeah, is what it is. Talk so much yourself, I'm going to read a couple of messages while I'm waiting. Do you know what, right? I've just come from a 24-hour charity event where people have been racing for like 10 hours, right? And they were still having fun and kind of just getting on with it towards the end of that. I'll tell you what, one thing I will say about the people in Fusion, they're a whiny bunch of little bitches. A lot of them. I just think people need to grow up a little bit and just accept that it is what it is sometimes. Yeah, I can't be doing with it. I can't be doing with the whining from some of these people. To be fair, Stormfly could have left him out completely, chose not to. I think that was the right thing to do. I think it was the right thing to give him the opportunity to race irrelevantly. Does it really matter? So here we go, race number 1 is underway, or will be very shortly. Let's bring up all the correct information, there we go. On board with, I don't know why it's telling me Monty's back there, let's go there, from Monty. That's 4 lights, that's 5, they'll go out and we'll be away here in the GTFusion World Champion race number 1, and a great start from Pepe. At the start of Anton Morris, good start as well from him. Thanos off up the road and takes the lead immediately through Radion and Eau Rouge. Very close racing. Monty gets a little tap in the back there from, it looks like the Beck caught him. He does keep the car under control though. Big tank slapper. 2 composite tyres going to be required. Racing mediums, racing softs for this 5-lap sprint race here at Spa. Expecting that times to be not too shy of those we saw in qualifying, and we've seen Stormfly lose out quite badly there at the start of this race. Thanos out in the lead, followed by the 2 Polish drivers of Mike and Rossi. That's your top 3 as we head down towards the sort of middle of this circuit for the first time. Pepe, the Italian driver, he's up into 4th. A great start from him. Timoris also with a great start, up to 5th position for GTGC. Now, he used to be a member of HKRT. He's ahead of one HKRT driver in Canados. He's behind the other in Thanos. I wonder if there's any love lost between these guys. Are they still friends? Is there a little bit of animosity to prominent Greek teams going head to head here in this GTFusion World Team Championship? Thanos though leading the way, followed by those 2 Polish drivers. And they're already starting to pull a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field. You can see there 1.6 seconds back from that top 3 to the Italian driver Pepe running in 4th place. There is Timoris running in 5th. He is not too far from the back of the Italian driver, 2.1 seconds back to our very own Stormfly from Black Flag Racing Team. And good luck to all the Black Flag guys racing today. We've got Wendigo, massive result for him last time out. He's moved way up the order and racing one of the higher divisions, not too far off a place potentially in the pro groups if he carries on going as he is in terms of pace. Also we've got Willard and Slipstream down in group I can't remember which one it is, JK or something like that, who are repping down there, and we'll see how they get on. So Stormfly up into 5th, 1.1 seconds behind Timoris. Thanos still leading the way, and despite Rossi being tucked in behind, can Rossi close this gap with the Slipstream heading up the hill and not close enough to make the move? Having a look round the outside though, looking for maybe the switcheroo, feels that it's not quite time to make that move, and we know how if you make that move here, the stewards can, and they will penalise any move you make in up the inside there where potentially could be unsighted. And the age-old problem of a Greek car lagging, and it's something that we've been experiencing quite a lot. And actually I looked into this week because there has been a few issues with lag with a number of different drivers across different nationalities, but actually the Greek internet system as a whole is quite far down the list in terms of quality, and it's not necessarily the upload side of it, it's the download side. The download side of it, the upload side, very low upload speeds. And although the connections are generally incredibly stable, when communicating with drivers across other parts of Europe, there tends to be a bit of an issue with the information coming back, and you do find a little bit of lag. Now, the problem we've got with lag, and it's not just a problem exclusive to Greek drivers, there's large swathes of Europe where we have these problems, and it's to do also with the servers themselves. As we see Rossi making his move up into the lead, is that where you've got these issues across across these different European countries, all sort of gaining in one place at these PD servers, and Rossi makes a mistake, and as Rossi makes a mistake, Thanos slows up. Pepe from 4th place moves up into the lead of this race, so that is now a complete change as lap 3 begins, heading to the source for the 3rd time, with Pepe taking the lead. Stormfly up past Thanos into 2nd, and there is Thanos in 3rd as we see Timoris making a little mistake coming out of the source, but holds on to 4th place. So yeah, as I was saying about the PD, whatever system PD have got in place for sort of coordinating the information and sending it back out, it's clearly not working so well for some internet connections over others, and it's something that needs to be looked at in the long term, I think, in order to have the best experience of racing. Because if you're all racing behind someone who's lagging, and let's find someone who has got a bit of lag on board, when the car moves around in front of you, it's very difficult for you to make that move, because you never quite know where that car is going to be, with the netcode issue potentially throwing the car into your side, or from their perspective they might not even touch you, but it will certainly look like they have done, because of little netcode problems. You can see that little juddering. When you make that move up the inside, that's when the problem can arise. And Stormfly around the outside of Pepe, taking the lead of this race on lap 3. It's Stormfly leads from Pepe from Italy. They're your front two. Thanos started on pole. He's back in 3rd. But a nice gap between those top 3, and Timoris back in 4th place. He's chasing down Tiliad, making some moves through the order, getting himself up into 4th. 1.1 seconds is the gap back to Rossi in the Alfa, well, not the Alfa Romeo, but in the Polish liveried Alfa Romeo. They're in 5th, 2.6 seconds to the Beck. Didn't have a great qualifying, the Beck, but has had a much better start to this race, and the French driver up to 6th position. Should be. It's probably an issue with it. It will update itself, El Loco. I don't know why. It's for some reason. It's I don't know. I'll sort it out in a minute. But yeah, I did select the right one. It's just it's also updated itself because there's a problem with the software. But I'll sort it. Don't worry about that. There's Mike E from HRT. He's running in 7th position. And in between races I will sort out whatever issue has come up, and I don't know why that issue has come up. We'll solve it. Canados running in 8th position currently for HKRT. He's 6 seconds behind Mike. 2.8 seconds back to Jarro. Then 3.3 to Paput. 5.6 back to Monty, who is dropping adrift now, the GTB driver of the rest of the pack. And for some reason there appears to be an issue with how this is broadcasting to YouTube, which I will look into with immediate effect. Let me right, let's go to for some reason, and I don't know why, the broadcast that's supposed to be broadcasting to the GTFusion thing has come up on YouTube under something else. So I will have to amend that at some stage. I don't know why that's happened. It somehow managed to embed itself onto another broadcast that I did today, which is clearly a problem with my software, because it's not the broadcast that I selected. But I will, in between races, I will amend it once this race is completed. I did wonder why there was 0 viewers watching, but there we go, it is what it is. So Stormfly leads away 2.8 seconds from Pepe. He is 0.8 of a second ahead of Thanos. Those front 3 were pulling away from Timoris, but Timoris has managed to close that gap to within half a second, and makes the move Pepe's made a mistake by the looks of things, because Tamouros has managed to get past him, and Rossi now making a move on Pepe. Can he get through? He's had to tuck in behind. He couldn't get that move done as they head down to the bus stop chicane for the penultimate time in this 5-lap race. Stormfly still leads. He's now gained himself a lovely 3.6 second lead over the rest of the pack. So the others behind now battling out for the final two top 3 positions. Thanos in second and Tamouros in third. 2.2 seconds to Pepe, or 3.3 seconds to Pepe, who's under significant pressure from Rossi at the moment. Rossi really piling on the pressure at the back of Pepe, and I'll tell you what, he's going to make this move with the slipstream coming up the Kemmel Straight for the final time in his first 5-lap race on these medium compound tyres. And we can see actually, I don't know why, but Pepe seems to be able to really pull away from Rossi, despite Rossi being in that slipstream. How has he not been able to close up on him? Clearly the setup that the DCT driver has got on that Alfa Romeo has just got such a significant straight line speed advantage over that of Rossi. And Rossi, despite being in really, really close and in that slipstream, has not been able to close up that gap for whatever reason that might be. So Mike L of Poland, he is trying to make a move on the Beck. Side by side they are, and he does make that move. Was there a little touch on the way through though? No damage on the side of the Beck's car, but it looks like there may have been a little touch on him as he came through. I'm sure they'll look at that again if necessary. Obviously that will be Stewart's inquiry looking at that. Canados is the HKRT driver. He's back in 8th place, 4.4 seconds behind the French driver, the Beck. This is the final lap here at Spa in race number 1 here for GTFusion 2023. Stormfly leads by 4.4 seconds over Thanos of HKRT, with Tamouros, the other Greek driver. So 2 Greek drivers, and I know it says he's Dutch, but he's actually Hungarian. Hungarian driver leads the 2 Greek drivers on this first race here as Stormfly comes through and will take the first win here for GTFusion 2023 round number 2. Across the line Stormfly goes and takes the win from Thanos, and Tamouros comes home in third. Rossi will come home just in fourth, but with Pepe really making some moves at the back of him there. He did manage to get him in the end of Rossi. Mike comes home in 6th, and the Beck, despite his bad qualifying, a good solid race there, 7th for him. Canados coming home in 8th. Jarro comes home in 9th. Paput, who started from the back of the grid, having been very, very late into the room. He's run out of fuel, and he's going to coast very slowly home. What about Monty? Monty's also run out of fuel, and he's going to coast home, and he's some way back. No, you didn't. Never in doubt, mate. Never in doubt. I might have to restart the broadcast though, Aaron, because for some reason it's broadcasting to as though it was the 24-hour race that I just did, rather than the one I asked it to broadcast to, for whatever reason. Sometimes StreamYard does stupid things like that, and what I probably should have done was shut down StreamYard to start it again, but obviously with the time constraints I was in a bit of a rush. But there we go. Will Monty even make it before the time runs out? Paput does get across the line without any fuel. The time ticks down. Monty trying desperately to get home before the time runs out. I think he might just make it. Slowly coasting his way down to the finish line. But there's your winner, Stormfly, from, of course, Black Flag Racing Team. 5.4 seconds in the end, quite significantly ahead of Thanos, who was your pole sitter at the start of this race. Lost out early on, but did fight his way back into second for a good solid top top 3 actually. 3 drivers, 3 different teams, 2 countries represented. Great start to the proceedings. We move on, of course. This will set the grid for our second race, and there we go, job done. And I think Monty just made it. There's your winner for race number 1. Right, I'm going to look into this issue with the broadcast. I'll be right back with you. Right, I don't know what happened. Hopefully that solved the problem. I had to restart the broadcast, and I think it's now found its right location. I don't understand. I'm going to call this out now, and I don't care if it's off. I don't understand this ridiculous rule about completely ending a lobby and then completely starting a new lobby. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of effort, and it doesn't. There's nothing wrong with the lobby you're in. It doesn't make sense to start a new one. You just reset that lobby. It's nuts. It's absolute nuts. There, I've said it. It's absolute nuts. I don't understand the process behind it. Can't say I ever will either. You know, I appreciate that people have their way of doing things. See, again, it's still showing as that being the live broadcast, and it doesn't make any sense, any cotton picking sense to me at all, because that's not what's going on. I'm going to need to restart Streamlabs completely to solve this problem. Right, third time lucky with this ridiculous. I don't understand what's going on with this software, but hopefully this time it's actually broadcasting to the correct place. No, it's not. It's still not broadcasting to the correct place.